never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. China's military is becoming aggressive in the Taiwan Strait and South China Sea.
These are part and parcel of an increasing level of aggressiveness by the PLA, the PRC's military.
That's what National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters after a Chinese warship came dangerously close to a U.S. Navy destroyer over the weekend. Kirby said the intercept was unsafe and unprofessional, similar to a reported near miss involving Chinese and U.S. aircraft last week. A former Watergate prosecutor thinks former President Trump is in really big trouble.
Jill Wine-Banks told MSNBC that Trump is facing significant jeopardy as the investigation into his handling of classified documents unfolds.
This evidence just adds to the mound of stuff that already exists. I'm wearing a toast pin today because I think he's toast.
Recent reports revealed federal investigators obtaining audio evidence of Trump admitting to possessing undisclosed classified documents after he left the White House.
Correspondent John Schaefer. The House Oversight Chairman is beginning the process to hold FBI Director Christopher Wray in contempt of Congress.
The confidential human source who provided information about then Vice President Biden being involved in a criminal bribery scheme is a trusted, highly credible informant.
After reviewing a document claiming President Biden was involved in a criminal bribery scheme and being briefed by officials, Republican James Comer said the FBI refused to hand over the unclassified record to the House panel, prompting his action. The White House is offering condolences to the loved ones of those killed in a bizarre plane crash in Virginia.
Just terrible. Terrible news. Nobody wants to get that.
National Security Council spokesman Kirby said 6 F-16 fighter jets were scrambled in response. 4 people on board the plane were killed, including the pilot. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low Cost Airlines.
With one call to Low Cost Airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
South Carolina Senator and 2024 presidential candidate Tim Scott says comments made about him by hosts of ABC's The View were offensive, in his view. He appeared on the show Monday after hosts Whoopi Goldberg, Sunny Hostin, and Joy Behar argued last month that Scott does not get systemic racism, with Goldberg calling him the exception, not the rule, when it comes to African Americans in the U.S.
That is a dangerous, offensive, disgusting message to send to our young people today.
Scott brought up former President Obama, Vice President Kamala Harris, and the police chief in his home city as African American success stories. 4 Democratic senators are asking Twitter CEO Elon Musk for answers about the company's operations.
In a letter to Musk, the senators ask about the company's ability to comply with FTC agreements made in 2011 and 2022 concerning the company's ability to protect consumer privacy. This comes after Twitter's head of trust and safety and head of brand safety and advertising quality announced their resignations. Over 80% of Twitter's workforce have left since Musk took control. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Norma Hunt, the wife of Kansas City Chiefs founder and NFL pioneer Lamar Hunt, has died. Lamar Hunt founded the Chiefs franchise in 1960 and died in 2006. He is also considered the father of the modern-day Super Bowl. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Everybody ready? All right. Glad to hear it. Ready or not, here we go. That time again. Another day. Just like that. Time flies. So we close out on Monday. Everybody's favorite day of the week. And we will transition from time zone to time zone. Work our way into a Tuesday, 6th day of June for 2023. Hey, trust your week's off to a good start. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, a full 5 hours coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Kind of a hazy night outside the secret bunker. 62 degrees. Yeah, we've cooled off a little bit since it was downright hot. Not complaining kind of hot, but it was hot over the weekend. Felt very summer-like. Actually had a chance to get the pool water warmed up a little bit. Then you get these cool nights and water temperature begins to go down. We do have the solar cover on, trying to do its thing. Now, my son has he's got an in-ground. Their water temperature was 86 degrees over the weekend. So, wow. It's like, get yourself a bar of soap, take a bath. All right, so again, trust your week's off to a good start. See what's going on here. I was looking at some of the first folks checking in via our Facebook page. Some of the comments. Look at that, 5-7. Johnny on the spot tonight. Copy the mail. Debbie checks in from southern Montana. And she points out rain, thunder, lightning in southern Montana. And they're talking about through much of this week, the rest of the week, lots of flooding concerns. God bless the drivers and keep them safe out there. All right, with that in mind, thank you, Debbie. Good to have you on board as well. You've got a couple hours of Monday left there in Montana. But she is correct. It's going to be pretty active this week out west. They tell us each afternoon and evening throughout the week. Showers and storms are going to continue to nudge into the Colorado Rockies and over portions of Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, and even down into central Utah. Now, some of those thunder showers may kick up prior to midday across western Nebraska, eastern Colorado, and western South Dakota. More of that moisture is being steered northward from the Gulf of Mexico. And it is not out of the question for some of these storms to produce flash flooding risks across some of these states, especially if they move through areas where heavy rain has already fallen recently. Yeah, localized pockets of convection can briefly ramp up into severe thunderstorms with the daytime heating during the afternoon. Yeah, downpours and high winds will be the primary risks. Now, maybe some small hail in the right environment. Forecasters emphasize that storms that ramp up to severe levels will be fairly isolated. A slight reduction in heat and humidity will lead to less energy available in the atmosphere, keeping those severe weather chances pretty much isolated across the plains. Now, conditions over parts of the central states have been particularly dry as of late. The lack of substantial rain marks this region with levels of severe, even exceptional drought conditions, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor. this ongoing moisture expansion across this region may actually prove helpful for these drought conditions. Most of Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma still experiencing drought conditions, despite having seen some rainfall as of late. Now, any heavy rain obviously could lead to flooding. That may also prove beneficial, though, because they're in a dire need of rainfall. Through what they call meteorological spring, cities like Wichita, Kansas, much lower than typical rainfall values from March the 1st through May 31st. The airport there at Wichita only finding 3.86 inches of rain. You would normally experience over 10.5 inches, typically in the springtime. So 37% of typical rainfall in the months leading up to summer. And that's put a damper on regional agriculture around the city and the planting of summertime crops. As of this week, kicking things off, the jet stream continues to bulge northward, all the way up into south central Canada. And that's where we're going to see the warmer temperatures. And again, that's the zone where, with the moisture streaming up with the warmer temperatures, you could see the development of those daily thunder showers across portions of the central states as the heat builds through the northern plains. Of course, as the heat builds across the north central region over the coming days, locations across western Texas, you'll see a brief cool down. Daytime highs, Lubbock, Amarillo, just a few degrees lower to the mid-70s is what we saw Sunday and on Monday. By midweek, you'll be back up near 80 degrees in those areas. Yeah, you've got the big bulge northward up into Canada. Then the jet stream takes a dive southward across the Great Lakes and down through the Ohio Valley region. That's why we saw the cool off here in this portion of the country. And it's going to remain relatively cool, 10, 15 degrees below normal in much of the Northeast over the coming days this week. Kevin checking in. What do we got going on? Hello, Steve and overnight crew. A little smoky here in Troy, Ohio. Thank you, Canada. Yeah, the wildfires that are raging out west. I came across, I think it was a meteorologist kind of highlighting what occurred. I believe it was over the weekend in Quebec. Yeah, he showed the satellite loop. Where images, you can clearly see wildfires breaking out, but numerous wildfires all breaking out in the same day. How did that occur? I don't know if they had lightning that was sparking these fires, but it was very weird. Again, with the time-lapse loop, it's like more than a dozen wildfires all erupting at the same time in southern Quebec. Like southern Quebec just lit up. Yeah, I'll see if I can find a little more on that. Maybe some of our friends north of the border can chime in on that. Hello to Brian. Good morning, gang, from Hammond, Indiana. Let's see. Loading up in the morning out of U.S. Steel, going back to Pittsburgh. Shorty is rolling I-95 southbound at the Georgia-Florida line. 68 degrees at this hour. It's another week, which means Orlando turnaround number 1. Here we go. Good morning, Steve, from Rodney. Good morning, Steve, and the best friends anyone could ever have. Thanks, everyone. Thank you all. All right, there's the milkman. Good morning, Steve. Morning all. Copy the mail. Good afternoon, Hammer Down, says Larry, as usual. Roy, Northwest Illinois, 68 degrees tonight. 61 in Harrison, Ohio. There's Pappy. What time is it? Time to saddle up and dial up Steve Summers at 844-844-3388. Yeah, China's now playing games with our woke Navy. Yeah, round and round we go. Where does it end? Nobody knows. Hammer down and be safe, though. Are you with me? Lauren Weeks, 2-time world champion. Bull hauler, 60 degrees, Wilkesboro, North Carolina tonight. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck resting up for a long day of work when the sun comes up. Steve, my hot blonde wife, wants to jump on the big boat, so we are going to be signing up. Who else is going to be sailing with us? A special shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the dark shadows of the North Wilkesboro Speedway. All right, I saw your message there this past day. I'll tell you what, folks, if you're thinking about, I know I talked to Big Ed last evening, and he said, "Hey, Steve, and I think probably in the next week or two, I'm gonna sign up." Now I know Ed is one of those who last time he went on the cruise, he wanted a cabin on what they call the Lido deck, so you don't have to worry about going up or downstairs. The Lido deck is where the pool, the action, all the action takes place. Where you've got the buffets and numerous restaurants. The Lido deck, as far as cabin availability, there's none already. I think it was Ironbeard, and that's Lester. And the other Lester, I think Lester and Debbie Sloan had tried to book cabins on the Lido deck, and they had to bump down a level because, again, the Lido deck is completely sold out. I think Debbie sent my wife some messages this past day. She said, I mean, this far in advance, I can't believe that they're already, running out of certain cabins in certain categories. She said, I went to the website, pulled up some other ships and some other sailing dates, and they're all like that. That is correct. We spoke to our travel agent this past day, and Stephanie was saying, we're in the post-pandemic era, and vacation, travel, cruising has come back big time. There are ships literally selling out well over a year before cruise dates. So you only need a $25 per person deposit right now. So I would head over to that link, $50 deposit. And if you change your mind, early on, you could get a refund on that, I do believe. You only have to have $250 in deposit by like May of next year. Obviously, it has to be paid in full by next July. The insurance is covered. The insurance is included in that price there. So you check that out. Get those reservations in ASAP. All right. Good day from the land down under. There's Peter on board. Good morning, Steve, and everyone else on the overnight team. How's it all going today? Well, we're just getting started on our end, though. I guess it's late in the afternoon for you, but yeah, we'll find out as we just cross over the midnight hour here in the Eastern time zone. Good morning. Miss Millie checks in. Hello, Steve. 59 degrees in my area of the Bluegrass State. Saying good night. I'm going to catch the podcast later today. Everybody stay safe and be blessed. All right, hope you get some good rest there, Miss Millie. Get some of the other listening friends coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I did a quick search there, and yes, indeed, was able to come up with, I guess, the latest from just a few hours ago from the CBC, the Canadian Broadcast Corporation, which says Quebec is looking for international help as it struggles to battle more than 160 forest fires during what federal officials say is shaping up to be among the worst fire seasons ever for Canada. With more than 480 firefighters on the ground in Quebec, they said Quebec can fight about 30 fires, according to the premier. Speaking to reporters on Monday, adding that normally firefighters would come from other provinces to help. But when I talked to the premiers of other provinces, they all have their hands full. Now, on Friday afternoon, get a load of this, Friday afternoon, there were 324 fires burning across Canada. As of Monday morning, that number was up to 413. I mean, nearly 100 new fires in a matter of days. And by late afternoon, that total jumped again to, I guess that was supposed to be 420. It's a serious situation. Images we've seen so far this season are some of the most severe we've ever witnessed in Canada. And the current forecast for the next few months indicates the potential for continued higher than normal fire activity. More than 160 fires reported in Quebec, including at least 114 that are out of control. Intensive fire protection zones. Now, wet weather in the Atlantic coast province of Nova Scotia has allowed that province to free up some of the water bombers to dispatch to Quebec, where the wildfires flared up over the weekend. So, indeed, that satellite imagery was from over the weekend. An additional 200 firefighters are coming from France and the United States. Quebec is also in talks with Costa Rica, Portugal, and Chile, looking for additional resources. So, yeah, they've got their hands full. Yeah, with the given projections, it's expected we have enough resources to cover the summer, according to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. If things get worse, we are developing contingency plans. Right now, fires have forced about 10,000 people out of their homes in Quebec. Let's see. Unfortunate, we lost control of this particular blaze. That was one of the people that had to evacuate. All right. With the rain forecast for the Côte Nord, Legault said that he's really worried about the Abitibi, where there's no rain in the forecast for like the next 5 days. All right. So that's just a ton of, I think many of those, according to some of the other stories, were indeed ignited by lightning strikes over the weekend there. All right. Who we got there? Roadmaster, Chillicothe, Ohio, in the office or in the house. Good to have you with us. Rockpick, good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Looking at 61 degrees, a little rain shower here in Rochester. Yeah, we've had so very little rain. I had to step outdoors greeted with the overwhelming smell of ozone. But a happy Tuesday, all you hard-working Americans out there. Rumble is up. Watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe. All right, good to have you on board there. Rockpick Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. I believe Debbie is on board there. Indiana, the Hoosier State checking in. Hello there. Morning, Steve. A breezy 63 here in Indiana. Heading back to 85 for our Tuesday high. Hope everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver. In the words of Woodpecker, have a titillating Tuesday. Well, there you go. A titillating Tuesday. All right, we'll get to a news break just ahead here. And what's on your mind as we get the new week underway at 844-844-3388. I get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. The American Transportation Research Institute has been doing a study on the impact of more and more states legalizing recreational marijuana. What kind of impact is that having on the trucking industry? And based on some of the numbers here, it looks pretty significant. Many, many drivers failing those drug tests and leaving the industry. And lots to cover here as we roll into a titillating Tuesday. There you go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The victims of a private jet that crashed in Virginia Sunday were residents of New York. Adina Azarian, her 2-year-old daughter, her nanny, and the pilot were killed in the crash, while Azarian's neighbor in East Hampton remembers her well.
Very sweet. Always stop, say hello, and, I'd pet the dog who'd come running.
The FAA says the small plane flew into unauthorized airspace and crashed in the mountains of Virginia. Oregon's Attorney General and State Treasurer are investigating the Fox Board of Directors for potential breach of fiduciary duty. Under the Dominion settlement, Fox paid $787 million over the networks. This investigation will determine whether Fox heads Rupert and Lachlan Murdoch, along with other members of the board, could be held accountable in the situation. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying during times when they really can't speak.
Mm-hmm.
She says her gums are irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Advanced Gum Restore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It detoxifies below the gum line to restore your gums back to health in just 7 days.
Oh,
Exactly. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. Healthy, beautiful smiles for life.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, going back to both Friday and this past morning, we heard from Philip there in Florida. He was, talking about the port operations being impacted and what's going on with cargo container movement. It's almost like a deja vu. We've actually had stoppages at the ports. Remember, we went through this about a year and a half ago? Remember when we had like 100 ships stacked up in the ports out west? All kinds of logistical issues, the ripple effects impacting the entire country. I'm looking at the latest at this moment from Reuters News, which says groups representing major retailers and manufacturers urging the White House this past day to intervene in these contentious West Coast port labor negotiations, concerns about shipping disruptions. After the terminals in California, they've been having issues out there. I'm trying to get, if the screen would come forward. Let me see here. Issues persist from Los Angeles to Seattle. All right, this June 5 of 2023. So this was updated about 4 hours ago. ITS Logistics tells CNBC truckers were turned away by the Phoenix Marine Services Terminal started on Friday and again on Monday. And the past 4 days have been extremely frustrating, they say. The National Retail Federation urged the labor unions and the ports to resolve their issues. Let's see. Port officials stressed that their operational wait times at the ports of L.A., Long Beach up slightly, and Port of Oakland wait times were even longer. So I don't know what's going on at the ports. It is 844-844-3388. Philip did send me a link to the guy that was talking about the low rates. Rates have really come down for moving freight. All right, the FMCSA, we've got the Safety Advisory Committee under the industry headlines. They're going to be having an online forum this week, which will be open to the public, and a public comment period will be taking place at 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Let's see, both today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They're going to be talking some of the recent crash statistics and provide some safety recommendations as part of their first meeting since December of 2021. Now, the committee, they say, consists of about 24 industry experts. This will be, again, a virtual meeting today and Wednesday. Todd Spencer, president of OOIDA, serves on this committee. And I'll see if I can share the link to this. They do have that on OOIDA's website and landlinenow.com. The meetings are scheduled to run from 9:30 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, again, Tuesday and Wednesday. Today's agenda will include opening remarks from the FMCSA Administrator Robin Hutchison, analysis of commercial motor vehicle safety data, and a discussion of objectives for the agency's large truck crash causation factors study, which I guess is complete now. Wednesday's agenda includes a presentation about the Department of Transportation's National Roadway Safety Strategy and a discussion about using stakeholder collaboration to improve commercial motor vehicle safety. On both days of the meetings, the committee will also work on providing the FMCSA feedback and recommendations on their strategic plan goals. So not exactly sure what all they're going to be talking about, but again, that'll be both today and Wednesday of this week, virtually, if you have time to maybe tune in to some of that. Hello to Gilligan. Good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners driving in the moonlight here. Christiansburg, Virginia, with 61 degrees at this hour. Keep it shiny side up. Matthew, good morning, Steve, and the overnight listeners. Today, 79 years ago, the biggest military land invasion in modern history occurred. Operation Overlord, also known as D-Day. That's right. I forgot about that. Boy, oh boy, 79 years ago. All right, 844-3388 is our number. According to the report, more than 100,000 truck drivers have been removed from the industry in the past 3 years due to positive marijuana tests, and most have not returned, according to the new study by the American Transportation Research Institute. They've released the report entitled Impacts of Marijuana Legalization on the Trucking Industry. They released that this past day in response to concerns about the increasing use of marijuana by truck drivers, largely believed to be due to the recreational legalization, which is now taking place in 23 states. Now, drivers also can be placed in a prohibited status, even for testing positive while using the drug for medicinal purposes, like if you even have a prescription. In all likelihood, more states will be moving in the direction, since a majority of Americans, 59% they say, support legalization. The ATRI report trying to shed some light on the continuing mystery of why so many medium and large truck drivers are leaving their jobs after failing a marijuana test, most likely accepting other jobs with lower pay rather than returning to the current nationwide driver pool that's already critically short. Question mark there. Based on the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse data, marijuana use clearly has an impact on the availability of truck drivers. According to the report, data confirms that most have not completed what they call it the return to work process. Most of them opt to stay out of the trucking industry entirely. Furthermore, truck drivers who do successfully return to duty may still find it difficult to find truck driving employment based on carrier survey data indicating that a segment of carriers will not hire truck drivers who have previously tested positive. Now, the mean annual wage for a heavy-duty truck driver is currently $50,340. Only $42,000 and some change for a light-duty truck driver. Their analysis also documents the strategies and implications of the two pathways the federal government can take in response to advancing legalization efforts. The ATRI has been engaged in critical transportation studies and operational tests since 1954. They are a 501c3 not-for-profit research organization headquartered in Washington, D.C., with offices in Atlanta, Minneapolis, and Sacramento. The primary mission is transportation research with an emphasis on the trucking industry's essential role in a safe, efficient, and viable transportation system. All right, the first pathway, maintaining the current prohibition policy where marijuana remains a Schedule I drug, would continue the trend of removing thousands of drivers annually from the industry through positive tests for past marijuana use. The second pathway, a scenario in which the federal government eases restrictions and possibly removes marijuana from the Schedule I designation, has significant challenges as well, they say. Prior to any federal legalization action, the report identified several protections that have to be in place for employers in safety-sensitive industries like trucking. Those include the development of nationally recognized marijuana impairment test and impairment standards, as well as provisions that protect a carrier's ability to screen employees for drug use. The ATRI study noted that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said THC, that's contained in marijuana, is a mind-altering compound that affects areas of the brain that control body movement, balance, coordination, memory, and judgment. So there you go, from the American Transportation Research Institute, hot off the press this past day. All right, plenty of room for you. Jump on in here. Where's everybody at? It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance. allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
What's going on at the ports right now? Just kind of a broad overview.
So on Friday in ports up in the northwest, and Oakland, they had shutdowns due to insufficient labor showing up. And so they basically canceled work. What we're hearing now is the TTI facility in Long Beach, which is one of the biggest in Long Beach. Right now, there are 2 MSC and an HMM ship up against the berth. They're canceling trucks this morning because they're believing they're not going to have enough workers to work the port. And that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a dispute between the ILWU and the PMA. As you know, this has been going on for over a year. Last May, they started their negotiations, and negotiations had been proceeding along at a pretty good rate. They had been able to hash out nearly everything. But the issue that has got them hung up right now is the fact that the PMA, the Pacific Maritime Association, wants to impose a 3-year wage freeze on the ILWU. And the ILWU has not had a strike. That's been a term that's been used here recently by several media sources, and it's not exactly true. It's not a strike, but what we're seeing here are work stoppages, work slowdowns, and this is going to impact the port because of a variety of other issues that are going on globally.
Looking at these slowdowns or shortages, are there any specific parts of the port that are being really slowed down, or is it really just a little bit all over the place?
It's a little bit all over the place, and I don't think it's, the PMA is trying to make this sound like it's a coordinated offensive by the ILWU, and it doesn't appear to be that. It seems to be right now that several areas are being used or labor shortages are coming in certain areas. And the idea being that if you don't have enough labor or gangs to work a ship, what's going to happen is the PMA is going to cancel the work for that ship today because it's not going to be productive. And so that's what we're seeing right now. The notice went out yesterday that the TTI facility at Long Beach was not going to accept trucks this morning. And that has, of course, a ripple effect because containers that were supposed to come out today is going to impact containers that are supposed to come out tomorrow and containers that are supposed to be delivered now. So this has a huge ripple effect. And when you add to it issues that we're seeing globally, you talked about the Panama Canal being at low levels, and that's reducing the amount of freight that can go through the Panama Canal. You're seeing the shift from the West Coast to the East Coast. That's been an ongoing issue for over a year. We're seeing increased rates to go through the Suez Canal. And the issue that the one we need to be asking here is we're seeing extremely low freight rates. And who's the beneficiary of an incident where freight rates all of a sudden are going to start increasing? And the one group that really benefits from this is the ocean carriers. And I'm not saying the ocean carriers are instigating this, but they are a beneficiary of it. And so it doesn't give them a lot of impetus to really resolve this issue with the ILWU right now.
All right, just a little bit of what was being discussed this past morning. So it started Friday, and it's a slowdown. Workers not showing up. I don't know. Is it like the blue flu kind of thing? But to the point where they're not able to get containers picked out. ITS Logistics said that truckers were turned away by the terminal. Which this is owned by the ocean carrier CMA CGM at the ports of Los Angeles. During the first shift on Monday, they were picking containers from a variety of ocean carriers. Containers processed through that terminal included those owned by Maersk, Costco Shipping, and Evergreen. But they say navigating the ports on the entire West Coast over the last 4 days has been extremely frustrating. If it were not for updates from our drivers and our visibility software applications, we wouldn't have even known about the terminal closures on Friday that continued throughout the weekend and into Monday. terminal announcements lagging at best, if they were even issued at all, they said. And announcements from the ILWU were kind of misleading. That's the International Longshore and Warehouse Union. They've been engaged in this protracted battle over a new contract with port management. Terminal alerts to trucking companies obtained by CNBC starting about 9:40 Pacific time did indeed show some import appointments being canceled. Later in the morning, the dayside shift was canceled. They learned cancellations from his truckers who were turned away from picking up their containers. So I don't know how long this is going to go on. Another LA port terminal, Pacific Container Terminal, announced on Monday morning to truckers that they would be closing the dayside shift today, Tuesday. The terminal was already closed on Monday for a scheduled closure that was announced about a week ago. So you can't help but wonder, how long is this going to go on? The Port of Los Angeles, the busiest port in the entire country, that processes $440 billion in cargo value every year. So like I said, kind of almost like a deja vu. You'll see the ripple effects. Products that, remember we were seeing shortages, furniture stores. I mean, you'd go in and you'd pick out your sofa and your love seat and they'd say, all right, we don't know when it's going to be here. It might be 30, it might be 90, it might be 6 months before we can receive your order. We just don't know. That's the point it got to about a year and a half ago. Let's hope it doesn't come to that again. All right, who we got on board? Would that be Don?
It's finally happening, Steve. Jake and Brittany are getting married.
Oh boy, who's getting married? Okay, I didn't know who he was talking about. What's going on, Scarecrow?
Well, there you are. You maybe see I tried calling a couple times prior there, and she went totally dead on me. That story that was running about the carriers and whatnot, containers and all, it was dead silence on the hold side here, Steve. But,
okay, well,
either way,
I know it was coming through on the broadcast side because I could see the needles moving. I kind of wondered about that. Okay, so.
Yeah, no, we're sounding good right now anyway. There was a report, actually right before I left up there this evening now, the air from Minnesota, they said, was going to be totally unacceptable today, that the particulates are just off the scale, from those that fire, the most recent fire that's taken off up there. But yeah, well, Steve, we lived on the edge yesterday. Not much of a gambler, but we took a chance. We packed away the last of the 2 snow shovels for the season.
Finally?
That's not yeah, really. And not to say they're not accessible at last moment there, but no, here's a real comforting thought. We're a week into June already, and we better be start enjoying summer, because it's not a stretch to think that we have potential for a little frost 90 days from now. You get into mid-September or so, nothing that lasts, but no, it is a change of season. But got a whole lot of living to do between now and then, right? That pool of yours, if it ever warms up. My thoughts are back. We went over to the Oshkosh EAA convention a few years back. Stayed at a campground just to the west there. Steve, that pool, it got so literally hot, the water. It was to the point where it was uncomfortable. We had to get out on a regular basis. Not like a hot tub or such, but it just wasn't comfortable anymore. Now, do the open pools like you have? Have you ever run into that where the heat just gets too much?
Mine never got quite that warm. No, I don't know. 80, like I said, my son's pool was 86 degrees the other day. That's the hell that was about what the air temperature was, so you're not really cooling off when you get in the water.
Yeah. No, Chuck, we've had, it's been 90 degrees for the last week, for highs every day now. It kind of takes the fun out of things, and our lawn, the lawn is looking like it would in August. A year ago, we never stopped mowing all summer right up to freeze up. We just had the moisture kept coming, and we'd never had a green yard, through the end of July and then through August. But
I'm right there in the same boat. I've already got the patches out there that are turning crispy, turning brown and crispy. Hey, hold the thought. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. More checks and balances in D.C. as House Republican Oversight Committee Chair James Comer reportedly starts the ball rolling on a contempt of Congress case against the current head of the FBI.
The FBI again refused to hand over the unclassified record to the custody of the House Oversight Committee, and we will now initiate contempt of Congress hearings this Thursday.
Comer believes the documents at issue might show evidence of President Biden making lucrative deals with a foreign national. Biden and the White House have denied all claims against him. At the same time Monday, lawyers for former President Trump met with Justice Department officials and Special Counsel Jack Smith. The meeting in D.C. comes as Smith's investigation into Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents is said to be nearing an end.
Departure Cosmic 02 is airborne with an
Federal investigators are working to determine what caused the deadly crash of the plane intercepted by U.S. fighter jets over the Washington, D.C. area Sunday. 4 people aboard were all killed in the crash, while the pilot was incapacitated earlier. Investigators still wonder how that happened. The Saudi Arabian government says it will cut oil production this summer, which will likely push gas prices higher in the U.S. That breaks an earlier pledge by OPEC nations not to cut production before the end of the year. NASCAR is facing a backlash from fans during Pride Month.
All because NASCAR tweeted a photo supporting the LGBTQ community. Stephen Rhodes, who happens to be the first openly gay NASCAR driver, said in an interview with Queen City News, "Sure, some fans may be leaving, but I can assure you that there are just as many new fans coming in." I'm John Schaefer.
Wall Street's closing lower to start the week. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 199 points. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The bodies of all 3 unaccounted for men in the Iowa apartment building collapse have been found. Davenport Chief of Police Jeff Bladell says they have now recovered all the victims.
On Sunday, June 4th, victim recovered as Ryan Hitchcock, and on Monday, June 5th, 2023, a victim was recovered as Daniel Prian.
The city says the remains of Brandon Colvin Sr. were recovered Saturday. Investigators still have not said why the building collapsed. The House Foreign Affairs Committee will be able to view a classified cable on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Republican chairman to the panel, Michael McCaul of Texas, announced today Secretary of State Antony Blinken agreed to give lawmakers access to the Descent Channel cable. McCaul in March subpoenaed Blinken for access to a document written by U.S. diplomats in Kabul criticizing the administration's plans to withdraw troops in 2021 and had threatened to hold Blinken in contempt if he failed to provide the document. McCaul sees the cable as important to understand why the Biden administration failed to anticipate the rapid takeover of the country by the Taliban. I'm Lisa Taylor.
A former FBI agent that was convicted of spying for Russia is dead. According to multiple sources, Robert Hansen was found dead in his prison cell Monday morning in Colorado. They initiated life-saving measures until he was pronounced dead by outside medical personnel. Hansen was arrested in 2001 and pleaded guilty to selling classified material to the Soviet Union and eventually Russia. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we've got further information on Monday. After NORAD scrambled, I believe they said ultimately it was 6 F-16 fighter jets to intercept that plane in D.C. airspace. Florida millionaire and Republican megadonor John Rumpel said it was his family that was on that private plane that crashed ultimately. John Rumpel, the owner of Encore Motors out of Melbourne, told the Washington Post and New York Times that his daughter, his 2-year-old granddaughter, his granddaughter's nanny, and the pilot were on board that Cessna flight when it crashed in Southwest Virginia Sunday. Said his family was actually traveling home to East Hampton, New York, after visiting his home in North Carolina. Said he didn't know what caused the crash at this point, but he speculated that the plane had lost pressure. He said they would have just gone to sleep and never woke up. The plane ultimately descended at like 20,000 feet in a minute. Nobody could survive a crash from that speed. I believe it took them like 4 hours to find the crash location. Obviously, no survivors. Florida Today reported that Rumpel's wife, Barbara, spoke about the plane crash on a Facebook post about a National Rifle Association related event. My family is gone. My daughter and granddaughter. The New York Post reported Barbara and John Rumpel are longtime Republican supporters and had made a $250,000 donation to the Trump Victory PAC back in 2020. Barbara is also an executive committee member on the NRA Women's Leadership Forum. The Florida Today reported that the couple is based in Brevard County, Florida. Federal Aviation Administration told the Associated Press the plane made it to New York's Long Island, but turned around and was flying toward Washington, D.C. That prompted NORAD to scramble the planes. And ultimately, I guess, assume it ran out of fuel at some point in time. So the National Transportation Safety Board now investigating that crash. They do believe the plane had been on autopilot for quite some time. So it actually made it up. It was getting close to the airport there. And I guess with no one awake to signal the plane to land, it kind of did a U-turn. And that's the rest of the story. All right, back to Scarecrow. And yeah, we were talking about the lawns turning crispy crunchy.
Oh, yeah, I can't even think when I'm going to have to mow anytime again in the future here. Of course, weeds, they seem to thrive in this type of conditions and whatnot. But yeah, it's certainly a change of environment, from a year back. I'm just gazing up at what I can see of the moon right now and realizing how that those fires are still affecting us across the Badger here. It's even less visible tonight than last night. It's just a fuzzy little faint orange spot in the sky. No, we haven't. I can't say I've smelt any smoke from any fires. No, I don't know how that would work. You would think as intense as it is in the air, across the state, there'd be a hint of inhaling and such, but no, the realization, even during daylight hours, it has the sense that it's extremely high humidity outside. You look across a valley setting or hills or trees, kind of a bluish gray tint to the air, and but the humidity has not been extreme. So yeah, it's certainly a different environment than what we're accustomed to around here. Steve, our roadways the last 3 weeks or so have been painted red like I've never seen or noticed this time of year in the past. This being from roadkill, whitetail roadkill. Now, and I dare say this 3-week period, it's rivaled any 3-week period during the fall rut as far as number of fresh roadkill on a daily basis here. And I think I've heard before it'll happen, when the does drop their fawns and they go out and start milling around, roaming around, and also with it a little warmer now, and the bugs and whatnot may be pushing them out and about. But there have to be a ton of fawn out there that are now without mom to fend for them, and becoming a nutritional snack for what predators that might be around, primarily coyotes down our zone here, but wolves and whatnot the farther north we get. But no, it's the insurance companies are certainly not enjoying these last few weeks and whatnot. Every single night they're seeing new four-wheelers parked on the shoulder with body damage and such. But yeah, it's a totally different environment than what we're accustomed to here. Now on the most serious of notes here, the overnight drive for the White House. I think it's kind of picking up speed here a little bit, Steve. Now, my thoughts are there may be a theme that will come into play here. You were talking the other night about some bib overalls on a John Deere cap. Do you remember that?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the inbred redneck.
Yeah. Well, Crow happened to have a couple pair of bib overalls at home there, and there's a half dozen John Deere caps scattered around. Now, I don't know if Gilligan, I know he's out there, so he'll have to fill in the details here as to if all these positions have been filled to cover this run. Now, if I remember right, I believe 5'7", sports bib overalls there. Now, if you're listening there, pal, if you need a cap, I can see about getting a John Deere cap to you there. But as far as any other potential participants here, you'll have to talk to the campaign manager there, a.k.a. Gilligan. Now, I think we have to count Monkey Gouger out of this participation, Steve. This goes back to, if you remember, when he went up to the State House there, and remember that picture that he shared with us about he was wheeling that gavel overhead. I'm pretty damn certain that guy, he's thinking about the Speaker of the House position there now. So he probably won't be available for the presidential party and such. So there's a little fuel for thought for the less than serious side of the program there, or the most serious side, whichever way. Either way, that's as serious as I'm going to get here at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you much. All right, there you go, Scarecrow. Have a good morning. Hello to Wheelchair Dave. I'm sure he's tuned in. Yeah, I've been sharing a lot of info about the Le Mans 24-hour. Actually, there will be a NASCAR car participating. Sent me some photographs from Road and Track magazine. And he said Monkey Gouger should be excited that General Motors will have a Camaro, a Chevrolet, participating in the Le Mans. 24 hours. This particular headline, Le Mans 24 hours will be Penske's final LMP2 entry this year. Okay. So we'll talk maybe a bit more. I don't pay a whole lot of attention. The 24 hours of Le Mans, you get all these different categories of vehicles participating in the same race, but they're not all racing each other. Whatever division they're in. So you've obviously got some much faster vehicles participating with some slower vehicles. There is like a minimum speed requirement that any vehicles that participate have to be able to meet up to. But I don't know. Maybe Dave could explain a little bit more about that. And I'm not even sure about the dates on that, when that's coming up. He also shared with me, I think he meant for the inbred redneck. He said, Steve, for Big Ed. It's actually the inbred redneck that does the cryptocurrency stuff. And I guess the last 24 hours or so have been bad for cryptocurrencies. What's going on? Well, here's the scoop. Cryptocurrency prices dropped Monday after the Securities and Exchange Commission charged Binance, which is the largest crypto exchange in the world, with violating securities laws. Bitcoin fell more than 5.5%. It was down to 25,400 and some change at one point. I think it's still, I checked a few minutes ago, about like 25,800. I mean, the lowest level in months. Other cryptos, Ether down over 5%. Binance Coin, the token used to pay transaction and trading fees on the Binance exchange, down nearly 10%. This after the SEC alleged Binance and its co-founder illegally commingled billions of dollars of investor funds with their own and violated securities laws. This complaint follows a similar one against Binance from the Commodity Futures Trading Commission earlier this year. But Binance is the largest cryptocurrency exchange by trading volume, so it's no surprise that the market is responding the way it is to this news. According to one lead analyst at Bitcoin services company known as Swan Bitcoin, any regulatory action against a major player in the crypto space creates a lot of uncertainty, increased volatility in the market, at least in the short term. Now, oftentimes that volatility is just temporary. Prices may recover once the market absorbs the news. Long term, this could be seen as a healthy development as the bad actors get cleared out and capital flows out of cryptocurrencies with significant regulatory risk and goes into Bitcoin. There you go. For the crypto markets, it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a Tuesday morning coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, a couple of other industry headlines to throw your way. Starting with something new from Love's Travel Stops. Love's Travel Stops recently opened a truck wash at one of their Missouri truck stops, with more to come, apparently. Love's recently announced that the new automated system truck wash service is available at the store located in Harrisonville, Missouri. A statement from Love's reads, "Keeping your truck or fleet clean shouldn't be a burden. That's why Love's is expanding our highway hospitality with our new truck wash services. Available at select Love's Travel Stops and Speedco location, our team will provide you with an efficient, cost-effective way to wash your truck or RV and get you back on the road quickly," according to the official statement from the company. All right, there you go. Now, I saw Captain Kirk shared this past day. I had not come across that. So, a new rest stop coming to San Antonio will offer free laundry, showers, and a lounge with a big screen TV for those who choose to park there for the day. However, this huge rest stop planned for the east side called Riggy's, R-I-G-G-Y-S, Riggy's, will be San Antonio's first and will only be open to big rig truckers with a membership and not open to the general public, according to the Riggy's website. All right, this rest stop is planned for a site on Lancer Boulevard in San Antonio. It'll have a 1,500 square foot building with restrooms, showers, a lounge, and an area for washers and dryers. According to the filing with the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, this project has an estimated price tag of $5.2 million. Now, while the filing is only for the lounge and not the parking lot, the property itself is 37,156 square feet. Construction is expected to start next month, July, and finish by the end of the year. The Riggy's will be in an area that is surrounded by warehouses, including one for Tesla. That's the largest industrial lease in San Antonio. The website says the rest stop will be gated, lit with 50,000 lumen LED lights, wide driving lanes, and bays tailored to 18-wheeler trucks. Truck drivers that sign up to use the service can only gain access to the lot via the app instead of a 4-digit PIN. The website says drivers can open the gate with their app if they are within 200 feet of the lot. I guess Riggy's apparently has 4 lots in Texas and 1 in the state of Tennessee. Riggy's. So coming up by the end of the year, I don't know how many truck parking spaces would that accommodate. Quite a few, I'm thinking. All right, Shorty, you had crossed my mind this past day when I came across the story about Kenworth teaming up with Alabama, the country music group. He just sent me an email. It says, June Jam was pretty good. I'd say maybe 10,000 people there. I couldn't find any hard numbers on how many showed up. We were, in the words of an Alabama song, cheap seats. It was terrible the first 3 hours for our section. Yeah, we couldn't hear anybody that was talking. Barely could hear any songs. Everybody kept hollering to turn it up, turn it up. Yeah, finally they moved the fence barricaded up about 50 feet, made it a little better. But there's no way they were using the Bangs sound system. Yeah, the coolest thing was they had 3 World War II airplanes representing Teddy, Randy, and Jeff fly over the crowd. And they turned around and flew back over. 2 of the planes flew straight. Teddy and Randy, the other peeled off. That would have been Jeff with a cloud of smoke. They actually wheeled out Randy Travis. He waved at the crowd. Anyway, hopefully they'll get the bugs worked out before next year. So I guess the sound system could have used a little tweaking, in other words. All right. Well, thanks for the update, though. About 10,000. That's a far cut. That's about where they started out, way back in, what was it, 1987? I think by the time they got to their final June Jam, I think there were more like 60,000 people that showed up. Yeah, for June Jam. And maybe they can continue to grow things in the coming years. But what made me think about Alabama? Yeah, Kenworth Truck Company, supporting one of the country's biggest bands, providing a new big rig for their 2023 tour. On Friday, Kenworth announced that they're going to provide the musical group Alabama with the Kenworth T680 76-inch mid-roof sleeper to help with transporting during the band's Roll On 2 North American tour. Kenworth said the T680 represents a renewal of the company's years-long partnership with Alabama. And from 1998 through 2003, Kenworth sponsored the annual Truckers Appreciation Concert featuring Alabama there in Louisville, Kentucky, in association with the Mid-America Truck Show. And I remember, Alabama for many, many years there. All right, news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. Former Vice President Mike Pence officially filed paperwork today to run for president in 2024, joining a competitive field of Republican candidates seeking the nomination. Over the past few months, Pence has been actively visiting key early primary states. China's military is becoming increasingly aggressive in the Taiwan Strait and South China Sea, and that's not sitting well with the U.S.
We're going to continue to keep the lines open with the Chinese to make it clear how unacceptable those particular intercepts are.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said a Chinese warship came dangerously close to a U.S. Navy destroyer over the weekend. Apple stock soared to an all-time high today following the launch of its own mixed reality headset. The company unveiled updates and new products at its annual Worldwide Developers Conference. Throughout today's session, Apple's shares surged by 1.5% on Wall Street. Year to date, the stock has risen 39%. John Schaefer, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Gail, one of my Facebook, or I'm sorry, Sherry, one of my Facebook friends, shared an interesting photograph. She said, since I haul milk, I felt the need to share this with my Montana and Wyoming friends. You know, when you pick up a gallon of milk, you got the best, best of used by or sell by. And I guess I'm thinking as I speak those words. It says in Montana, sell by June 3 of 2023. In Wyoming, best by June 10. And I just noticed that. So one state, I guess Montana, requires a sell by date. So it'll be a good for, I guess, a week after the sell by date. In Wyoming, they have a best by date, which is kind of, I've never seen that before. 2 different dates on the same gallon of milk. But there you go. That's interesting. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Let's get back to the calls here. 5-7, I believe. You made it through the swamp, I take it?
What the heck is a snow shovel there, bro? You know, there's 2 things you can spend your money on that's a total waste. And that's a convertible in Minnesota or a snowblower in South Carolina. This doesn't make sense. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Now, top of the hour news, going after, all Trump's in trouble. Classified. Trump's the only one that can, Trump's the only one that it goes up there. Nobody goes over the president when it comes to his classified stuff. He can declassify it. He says it's declassified, it's fine, take it home. The bureaucracy is, it's declassified. No, sorry, he is the head. Now there's a little caveat on that. We the people are over the head of the president. So we can vote them in, vote them out, whatever. But Steve, what do you think? They dragged Donald Trump in on this classified stuff. Shouldn't he have a right to call in Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Bud Pence, definitely the current occupier of the presidency? And apparently they don't just. I guess Jimmy Carter can't. He's on his deathbed.
Right.
But don't you think he'd have when they do this, they'd have a right to call them in, and they'd all have to answer the, Bill Clinton classified documents in the SOX report, which Judicial Watch tried to get him on, and it's already judged that, presidents can declassify. So I don't see where he's going to be in any trouble at all. I think the FBI is going to be in trouble because they're investigating the FBI why they raided his house like that. Other than that, that's, there's all kinds of stuff I can think about. Yeah, about the Navy. I've seen out of Chiron, China is trying to, open negotiations with the U.S. to avoid unbearable actions. Okay, I imagine military actions. And of course, this come out on Monday on the Chiron on Newsmax. After they swiped in front of our one of our aircraft and tried to sideswipe one of our ships.
I mean, wasn't that the Tiananmen Square anniversary? I think.
Yeah, good call. I don't know.
I think it was.
That's just proven how I don't believe China wants to go to war. We're still their breadbasket, but they're just humiliating us and setting us off our heel. I think they see what we got for a president. They see we're not doing nothing. And I seriously, before the next election, before you put a strong man back in office, they are definitely going to go after Taiwan. It's just, right now, look at our military. They're very poor decisions. So, I do got a question. That openly gay NASCAR driver, is he driving a Chevy?
I don't know.
Sorry, Monkey. Sorry, Monkey Gouger. Just sort of, inquiring minds want to know. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show. How about it?
All right, here we are. Thank you much. All right. I must have missed that story. Hello to Santa Claus. What do we got going on? Top of the morning, deep 62 degrees here in Sacramento, California. Hello to all the listeners. Santa Claus out. Hey, you guys are looking, I think you guys are looking to maybe some weather over the next few days. Just about everything possible, they say. In the realm of weather going to be happening out west this week, except maybe snow. June gloom will keep it cool in coastal Southern California as drenching thunderstorms erupt from interior California to the Rockies. Meanwhile, early season heat builds into the Northwest. Now, a flow of moisture from the Pacific. The marine layer will persist along the Southern California coast. So that's L.A. and San Diego. The overall pattern is pretty common this time of year, but this one's a bit more robust than average. As the sun heats the interior southwestern U.S., the air rises and creates a vacuum effect. Air then flows in from the Pacific to replace that rising air over the southwest. That creates a deck of low clouds, fog, and drizzle along the coast that can extend miles inland. In some cases, people in the coastal areas may not see the sun for days. In other areas, it may take till the afternoon hours for those clouds to erode enough to allow the sun to shine through. Heat is building in the Northwest. Washington, Oregon, even Northern California will not have to deal with the cool, moist flow from the Pacific, but just the opposite. In this zone, the breeze is going to blow the opposite direction versus Southern California. Descending air from the Rockies will warm eastern Washington and Oregon. As the air descends from the Cascades, and it's going to warm coastal areas from Washington to Northern California. For example, highs are going to be in the middle to upper 80s in Spokane, Washington, between now and Thursday. Normally, you'd be in the lower 70s this time of year. Portland, also temperatures surging into the upper 80s or lower 90s through at least Wednesday. Now, as a storm near the jet stream level kind of drifts northward later this week, thunderstorms with little or no rain may set off lightning-induced wildfires over parts of the Northwest. And, of course, thunderstorms will erupt from California to Nevada, Utah, and Arizona. We're talking about the storm centered in Southern California through today. Southeasterly winds will cause thunderstorms over the Sierra Nevada mountains to roll down the foothills into the San Joaquin Valley. It's possible Fresno, Salt Lake City may be hit by one or more thunderstorms this week. A thunderstorm could even wander close to Las Vegas or Phoenix as this pattern sets up. All right, so there you go. A little bit of everything in the offing there out west this week. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Now, speaking of out west, where are we playing at out west tonight?
Well, we just crossed over the Continental Divide in New Mexico, heading east to Albuquerque to grab another load and head back west to California. You know, Steve, we really shouldn't have to work this hard to get loads. I think someone's not doing their damn job at corporate or at these other terminal areas to find freight. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just a damned old truck driver, sit behind the wheel and guide it. This is a big damn computer I'm driving, you know, and that's what these trucks are these days. They're nothing but computers. Well, yeah, it's starting to get a little warm out here. I was talking to a dispatcher there in Phoenix earlier today, and I asked him how warm it was down there, and he said 110. And I thought, no, can't be. Of course, I stepped outside in Kingman, and it was 91, and I thought, well, yeah, you never know. So I guess temperatures are getting up. I imagine there's starting to be a little bit of a hint of, you know, how much usage is going to be with the higher the temperatures go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and in New Mexico, you know, we've got refrigerated air. Of course, everyone's starting to gripe about that. But, you know, they were actively urging people to go from swamp coolers to refrigerated air. And you would think, why would you be using a swamp cooler in a desert where you have a limited supply of water? And the answer is, good question. I guess it was the most efficient at the time with what they had. But you know, it really don't take much to run a swamp cooler. You just got a little motor there. You got a pump, and you know the motor runs the fan, which blows it in the house. The cool air from the pads. So I mean, it really didn't use up hardly much electricity. It was just that it used up a lot of water, which is something you don't have a whole lot in the desert to begin with. So now they were pushing to have, you know, refrigerated air. Now they're trying to tell you, well, we're not going to be able to supply you the power to keep yourself cool. Well, you know, there are other issues besides refrigerated air people have. You know, they got their food in the freezers and refrigerators. They got to keep that cool. Some folks have medical issues that they need to have electricity for, you know, CPAP machine being a minor thing. But you know, this is really, apparently people really don't think about this ahead of time when they start spouting out all these emergencies. Yeah, I've got solar panels on the roof of my house, but when it senses the power is out, the electricity being produced turns off, because in its little pea-brain mind, it thinks, well, if there's no power coming into the house, there must be, you know, damaged lines, and it doesn't want to push power through the lines for the fear that, you know, it's going to kill somebody. So I just had earlier today, I had a solar panel company call me up asking me if I wanted solar. And I said, man, I've already got it. I've been paying for it for the last 3 years. I said, I just don't have the batteries, but until they can make the batteries more efficient and a hell of a lot less, you know, I'm not going to do it. So these people are really pushing for solar now. Well, I guess if you have the batteries to go with your solar panels, you're going to be all right, because it's got some place to go. The generated power to the batteries and the batteries to the usage of the house. So, but yeah, not a whole lot. I got a call from Vic today, and I tell you what, that man, we've said it before, he is a wealth of knowledge, and just a good all-around guy to talk to. So, and other than that, I just got off the phone with my brother there in Waxahachie. I guess he's going to try to get himself a job where he's at home at night. I guess he just can't find a trucking job that will accommodate him with his family, and he's got a 2-year-old girl, so he wants to spend time with her, kind of like what he wasn't able to do with his other 2 children. So it looks like he's going to go into the insurance adjuster business. He's working with a gentleman right now, and he's about half done with his studying for licensing to be an insurance adjuster. So I guess that's good. I mean, he's actively looking for something, and he's found something that he can do, and I think he's still thinking about running for office here in next election cycle. So we'll see where that goes. But other than that, kind of been a boring damn day, to tell you the truth.
Okay, just a boring day. All right.
Well, I mean, as long as there's no excitement like the front wheels blowing out on
I was going to say, that's
or,
better than having three flat tires. You took the words out of my mouth. Because you've been there, done
or
that.
a big accident in front of you. Yes, we have. So, but yeah, it's been a good day. I haven't heard much of the news. I did see where Trump, he had something to say about the Biden hitting the ground over there at the Air Force Academy graduation. And you would think, knowing Trump, that it would have been something sarcastic, something insulting.
Mm-hmm.
But he actually said he felt sorry for Biden, and he wished him well and hoped he was okay to continue. But I don't know. Could that have been a play or a ploy to get more people to look at Trump in a different light compared to what he had been doing in the past with the insults, with the degradation?
I'd say give it 24 hours, he'll find a way to make up for it.
So, anyways, I just heard Pence is now on board.
Yes.
So how many people does that make? About 10?
Yeah, I'm losing track. I mean, Chris Christie, I guess he's going to announce officially today or tomorrow or something. And there was another that's actually out there this past day on the Republican side. I don't really understand why so many are getting in, because, I mean, they're polling in the, like less than 1%. I mean, I don't know. A lot could change in a year, I guess. But
I guess so. Well, one thing I do hope, and it's that I hope Trump does not take it just for granted that he is going to win. And, he may, and he more likely he will win the Republican nomination. However, I still think that he needs to be out there, promoting his ideas instead of just blowing off debates or whatnot. He needs to be there to defend himself against these people that are attacking him. And I think if he can do that and then make amends with DeSantis and say, okay, we got something here. We can go in as a team. You be VP for 4 years. We'll get this thing going, and then you can manage it for the next day. So if he can do that, I think that'll be just fine. But I don't know if, politics make strange bedfellows. I mean, you look at Kamala, she was calling Biden a racist. And then, she falls out of the competition, and at the end of the day, she's the VP nominee.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you look at it, it's just crazy. And I guess, in the past, I was thinking that DeSantis had run for president. And I think I got him confused with Rick Santorum. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, it sounds right. Yep, and because he was running for governor.
Because I heard that name earlier today, and I thought, oh, okay. So maybe that's where I got confused. So, and then to answer Terry 5-7's question about Trump, what I had heard earlier on the Hannity show is that he may not be indicted for having the top secret papers. What they may try to do is say that he was impeding the investigation into Mar-a-Lago for the hunt for. So, and it's like, well, they're talking about Hunter being indicted today, and they think maybe it's just a political stunt to say tit for tat, but then that opens up a whole bunch of other questions. Hillary basically done the same thing, except she actually destroyed. So they're really going to have to think about this, and it's too damn bad that all they listen to is what the prosecution has and not listening to a defense attorney saying this evidence is brought to you dirty. This is what we are alleging. So, but anyways, I guess I spoke enough nonsense for tonight. I feel happy. So I'm going to let you go, senor, and we will talk to you later.
All right. Safe travels out there. Hey, there's a third-party candidate now as well. Did you catch that this past day? Yeah, Cornel West. Supposedly a Democrat. Just announced he's going to run as a third-party candidate. Made the announcement on Twitter Monday morning. Said he's running for truth and justice as a presidential candidate for the People's Party to reintroduce America to the best of itself, fighting to end poverty, ending mass incarceration, ending wars and ecological collapse. What a guaranteeing housing, healthcare, education, and living wages for all. Does that not sound a tad bit socialist or communist? Well, that's because technically that's what he is. West is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. And he's actually served as an honorary chair of that organization. So yes, there will be a socialist candidate, a.k.a. the People's Party, on the ballot, whose platform is pretty much, it's free for everybody. Everything's free. You got to love that. All right, we close out hour number 2. It's 844-844-3388.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former Vice President Mike Pence is ready to join the already crowded Republican field running for president in 2024. Pence filed the paperwork to enter the race today. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum are also expected to officially announce their bids this week. Former President Trump's lawyers met with Justice Department officials today regarding a special counsel investigation into alleged mishandling of classified documents and possible obstruction. Trump's team requested the meeting, citing prosecutorial misconduct concerns. House Oversight Chairman, Republican James Comer, is moving forward with holding FBI Director Christopher Wray in contempt of Congress. This follows the FBI's refusal to provide an unclassified document regarding President Biden's alleged involvement in a criminal bribery scheme.
The confidential human source who provided information about then Vice President Biden being involved in a criminal bribery scheme is a trusted, highly credible informant who has been used by the FBI for over 10 years and has been paid over 6 figures.
Despite the FBI's offer to review the document in a secure area on Capitol Hill, Comer maintains that the Bureau is non-compliant with the subpoena. Saudi Arabia, the largest oil producer in OPEC, is reducing its daily oil production by 1 million barrels this summer. That's expected to drive up gas prices here in the U.S. One presidential candidate is getting welcome back on a social media platform.
The personal account of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is getting reinstated by Instagram. Kennedy, a 2024 Democratic candidate for the White House, was removed 3 years ago for repeatedly posting COVID misinformation. Instagram said his account shared, quote, debunked claims about the coronavirus or vaccines. Meta, the parent company of Instagram, has not restored the account of Kennedy's organization. Children's Health Defense was also suspended for spreading COVID myths. I'm Jerry Barmash.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Apple's stock soared to an all-time high today following the launch of its own mixed reality headset. The company unveiled updates and new products at its annual Worldwide Developers Conference. Throughout Monday's session, Apple's shares surged by 1.5% on Wall Street. Year to date, the company's stock has risen over 39%. A suburban Salt Lake City parent has done a bit of a turnabout when it comes to his local school district banning some books for kids.
The parent followed the procedures set up by the Davis School District to flag a book it should consider banning, noting the objectionable material. The parent found a book filled with sin, like adultery and violence, and the district agreed. So it's removed the Holy Bible from elementary and middle schools while keeping it in the libraries at high schools. And now another parent has submitted for possible banning the Book of Mormon, the bedrock of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the faith of most people in Utah. I'm Richard Johnson.
Spotify is implementing a workforce reduction of 200 employees within its podcasting team. The company stated in an internal communication that this move is part of a strategic pivot aimed at enhancing its support for creators. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse claimed the top spot at the box office, earning $120.5 million in its opening weekend. The latest installment of the Spider-Man franchise achieved the second highest debut of the year, just behind the Super Mario Bros. Movie. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At the Mule City 300, the Light Pros and Light Supers had just one winner apiece. In Super Farm, if you didn't have a 44, you were outgunned, while National Pulling's oldest and newest classes spread the victories around in Benson. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The association popped the top on its 53rd Grand National Championship season with a two-night affair at Galot Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina. The Mule City 300 gave the fans of the Carolinas the first taste of all the new horsepower that the Pullers brewed up during the offseason. In light superstock, Adam Spiegelberg of Wyoego, Wisconsin, began the defense of his second title with a pair of blasts from his Detonator Black Case IH.
Yeah, it's not often where you can go and do a sweep for the weekend.
The same occurred in Region 4 Light Pro Stock, where past champion Kendall Beasley of Moncure, North Carolina, and his high gear harvester won from both the bottom and top of the lineup over the two nights.
What a pass right there, fan. Kendall Beasley. It was a good track tonight. I kind of had a game plan on how I pulled last night.
In High Torque Super Farm, a late draw seemed to provide the ticket to the Session 1 victory for Russ Freeze in his Deer Tracks from Manchester, Tennessee. Freeze in his 4430 were the 15th to pull out of 17 entries.
What did you find in that track here tonight? I don't know. It just hooked up really fast, so it worked out.
In Session 2, Freeze was a participant in a six-way pull-off, but so was Tony Sietsma from Allendale, Michigan, who brought his own 4430, the Wolverine Deer, to the fight and won by over 5 feet.
3, 2, 5, 3, 4, 0. We have a new leader. Well, career victory number 9 on the Grand National Circuit. Really good competition, of course, and everybody's friends.
The twin-engine light modifieds made their Grand National debut on Friday night. The name of Farley, Iowa's R.J. Simon will be etched into the ledger as the first ever winner, as his Simon Says followed up a 370-foot test pass with a 324-foot official distance.
That first pass was awesome. I was nervous about coming back to back it up. We did it. I'm super thrilled.
On Saturday night, Les Corporal of Marion, Indiana, dealt some corporal punishment to the young class with a 7.5-foot victory.
He drove out nice and made a little wiggle, and after that, it was just rock and roll.
And in Superstock Open, Friday belonged to the hometown favorite as Holt Strickland, son of four-time champ John and grandson of Galot team and track owner Earl Wells, notched his first Grand National career victory aboard the Get a Load of That Agco.
The second time behind the wheel of a Superstock Open tractor, and you are a winner here tonight. Thank you, thank you. Everything worked out good.
On Saturday, the John Deeres asserted themselves on the southern sod after Scott Whitworth's Field Forge 6030 assumed the lead on the 10th hook of 12. Delroy, Ohio's Jeff Hodem and Fully Loaded did this.
There it is, 345.02, your winner. Thanks, Dan. It was such a great feeling, great recovery for him last night.
Next up for the NTPA, it's Grand National action at a new venue. The Farley Nationals will overtake the Simon Family's 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa on Friday and Saturday, June 9th and 10th. Also on the 10th, Morley, Michigan and Waynesburg, Pennsylvania will break the seal on the Region 2 season, and Ellsworth, Wisconsin's Showdown in Kerntown will do the same for Region 3. More information about all of the above is available as always at ntpapull.com, and Farley will be live streamed at ntpa.tv both nights starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. It's that time of year, pulling season, yes indeed. Got a very busy month of June. Memory serves, things get a little quiet early in July, but then really kick back in late July. Out there on the tractor pulling circuits around the country. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Yeah, interesting that you would share that with me, Pappy, because the story I had in my hand to come back this hour is right along that line. New York Post. Summer's coming, right? I mean, sunshine, swimming, cookouts, and blackouts. That's the warning from the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC. Yeah, very reminiscent of a year ago. At least 2/3 of the country is at risk for major power outages this summer. Now, this extends to almost everyone west of the Mississippi, except for Texas. Texas and much of the Midwest, they say, will be fine, according to the report, as long as we don't experience hot, windless summer days. Well, that's a relief. When do we ever get hot, windless summer days in Texas and the Midwest, right? Part of the problem is the steady removal of fossil fuels from the grid. These plants are supposed to be replaced by renewables, wind and solar. But wind does not work on windless days, and solar does not keep the AC running on a hot summer night. The Wall Street Journal reports the Environmental Protection Agency has made things worse with new nitrogen oxide rules from the recently finalized Good Neighbor Plan, which requires fossil fuel power plants in 22 states to reduce NOx emissions. The NERC predicts power plants will comply by limiting the hours of operation, but warns they may need regulatory waivers in the event of a power crunch. The Journal notes the EPA claimed the rule would not jeopardize the grid's reliability. But then why would power plants need waivers to prevent blackouts? Why indeed? There are other technical problems. Faulty solar inverters are in widespread use, and these can fail and actually make grid problems worse. The Wall Street Journal's advice, buy an emergency generator while stores still have them. Don't wait until later this summer when everybody will want one. Now, we had a warm-up, chill down for this crisis last winter, when many places experienced rolling blackouts due to inadequate power supplies in the face of cold temperatures that were, in fact, not unusually cold. Knoxville, Tennessee saw temperatures in the single digits, which are not that unusual, but which power company hacks called unprecedented. Knoxville's lowest temperature was 24 below back in 1985. They managed to keep the lights on for that, but that was before the Tennessee Valley Authority started shutting down coal, nuclear, and gas plants. What used to be one of the nation's best areas for cheap, abundant power. That's why much of the Manhattan Project was located nearby, now actually faces rolling blackouts because the weather's chilly. But it wasn't just TVA. Duke Energy apologized to its customers for rolling blackouts as well. It was a problem across a wide area, temperatures that, while chilly, were really nothing so bad to justify widespread shutdown. New York's not looking great, as state regulators are forcing gas and oil peaker plants, quick start power plants that can help meet peak demand in a crisis. They're ordering them offline. Now, utilities that cannot meet peak demand have to engage in what they call load shedding via rolling blackouts or face total collapse. That just got harder. Why is all this happening right now? Well, the short answer is the people running things care more about green politics than they care about the quality of life for the people they're supposed to be serving. A sensible regulatory system would put grid reliability at the top of their priority list. When power goes out, we all know lives are disrupted. The old and the sick are put at risk, whether it's the heat or the cold. Businesses have to shut down and lose money. Workers forego pay. And the entire atmosphere shifts closer to that of a decrepit third world nation. If you cared about both the planet and the people, you wouldn't take power plants offline until you put enough new capacity online to replace and meet the projected demand. And you would not make unreliable technologies like wind and solar, which tend to fail when they are most needed, the mainstay of your generating scheme. Now, to its credit, Tennessee Valley Authority at least is working to build more nuclear plants, which are both carbon-free and highly reliable, to bolster their capacity. But I doubt we'll see that in New York or California anytime soon. Yeah, although many European nations recognize nuclear as a greenhouse-friendly source of power, and one we're going to need even more if the government's plan to replace most vehicles with electricity goes forward. We are not seeing sensible, people-friendly energy policies in very many places across this country. Well, that's because we don't have sensible, people-friendly leadership. In fact, if the people running things wanted to make ordinary American lives worse, what would they be doing differently? As you ponder that question, maybe consider buying a generator. Now, again, that from the New York Post this past day. So, again, this is very reminiscent of last year. At least 2/3 of the country at risk for major power outages this summer. Wall Street Journal opinion piece. Pappy just sent me the headline, June 4th of 2023, day before yesterday, with the headline, The Other Green Energy Grid Crisis. A lack of transformers has led to a housing shortage, frequent power outages, and dependence on China. Yeah, they explain transformers step up or stepped down electrical power that passes through the transmission and distribution lines. According to the American Public Power Association, 1 in 5 housing projects has been delayed or canceled owing to shortages. Transformers. Now, the pandemic dearth of semiconductors, appliances, and used cars kind of eased as demand ebbed and supply increased. But do not expect this one to let up anytime soon. Those transformers, which, yes, we are relying on none other than China. Not good. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Kind of quiet here on a Tuesday morning. We're pretty busy for Monday, surprisingly, but Gilligan got you coming up in 2 on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. Yeah, thank you, Shorty. Yeah, this day in history, yet none other. The D-Day operation of June the 6th, 1944, that brought together the land, air, and sea forces of the Allied armies in what became known as the largest amphibious invasion in military history. According to the Dwight D. Eisenhower Presidential Library, Museum and Boyhood Home in Abilene, Kansas, that is. The code name Overlord delivered 5 naval assault divisions to the beaches of Normandy, France. The beaches were given the code names Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword. This historic invasion included 7,000 ships and landing craft manned over by 195,000 naval personnel from 8 Allied countries, almost 133,000 troops from the United States, the British Commonwealth, and allies. This date, what is it, 79 years ago? Wow. Hey, good morning, Gilligan. How's your week starting out there?
Oh, it ain't doing too bad, Steve. Actually, I'm on the shorter run this week because one guy's on vacation, so I should have a fairly easy week. I sent you a couple stories there. One is a very somber and sad day.
Yeah.
As many people know, my daughter is a dispatcher for West Virginia State Police. Has some plans on attending the academy next year, try to become a state trooper. I know it's going to be a hard road home for her, but I have faith in her. And like any father would be, I'm scared to death, but couldn't be any more proud of her. Unfortunately, Friday, we lost a member of West Virginia State Police in a shooting by a coward. They ambushed Sergeant Corey Maynard sometime on Friday. I'm not sure exactly what it was.
Mm-hmm.
The man is in custody. It was down in Mingo County. Now, Mingo County is one of the close southern parts of West Virginia. It is actually where the Hatfield and McCoy feud, part of it was fought in Mingo County. Yeah, it's a sad day in West Virginia. We have this stuff still going on. I don't know any more than that. Of course, they're having the thing to watch the memorial service there at the Romney Dispatch Office for West Virginia State Police on Wednesday. But I got one on a lighter note. Did you read the one about the woman wins the chaotic cheese rolling race despite being knocked unconscious? Did you read that one, Steve?
I have it in front of me. I had not gone through that yet, though. No.
Yeah. Well, this is an annual thing, and it goes back to at least 1826.
Mm-hmm.
People get this big 7-pound wheel of double Gloucester, however you pronounce it, cheese. Roll it down a near vertical slope of Coper's Hill near Gloucester, southwest England. First racer to finish behind the fast rolling cheese gets to keep it. Yeah. The cheese rolling race has been held at Cooper's Hill, about 100 miles west of London, since at least 1826. The sport of cheese rolling is believed to be much older. The rough and tumble event often comes with safety concerns. Few competitors manage to stay on their feet all the way down the 200-yard hill. And they show a picture here. It is a pretty
check out the videos. It's incredible. I mean, people are, so the woman that won was what, knocked unconscious? So I guess she just tumbled down full speed?
Yeah, and she couldn't come to in the hospital. It was a 10 hospital nearby to find out she won.
Wow.
Yeah, I tell you, that's, I don't think I'll be going to England for any cheese roll. I like cheese, but I don't think I'm going to be going over there just for a 7-pound round of cheese, you know. Well, I got to touch on something else. Just remember, folks, contribute to the Inbred Redneck campaign. We have a pledge of $500 to elect the Inbred Redneck. Well, note I said pledge. I didn't say a donation yet. But we have a pledge. Yep, just remember his motto, his campaign promise is a moonshine jug in every cabinet and a deer freezer full of deer meat. That's venison to you sophisticated type. He'll be out on the campaign trail. You know, he'll be out there shaking hands, kissing babies, and groping wives. Soon near you. I hope everybody has a safe night. Take care.
All right, Gilligan, thank you very much. And what do we got? About a minute before news break here. Yeah, more on this day in history coming up. D-Day. Wow. At what price? I heard in the news break there, though, top of the guy, Apple. The first major new product since they introduced the Apple Watch back in 2014, nearly 10 years ago. It is the Vision Pro, the mixed reality headset introduced this past day. This will allow users to see apps in a new way in the spaces around them. You can use your eyes and hands to navigate through apps and search with your voice, they say. Maybe more on that. Oh, yeah, but it's going to set you back a pretty penny. $3,500 will be the starting price.
USA News update. Former Vice President Mike Pence officially filed paperwork today to run for president in 2024, joining a competitive field of Republican candidates seeking the nomination. Over the past few months, Pence has been actively visiting key early primary states. China's military is becoming increasingly aggressive in the Taiwan Strait and South China Sea, and that's not sitting well with the U.S.
We're going to continue to keep the lines open with the Chinese to make it clear how unacceptable those particular intercepts are.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said a Chinese warship came dangerously close to a U.S. Navy destroyer over the weekend. Apple stock soared to an all-time high today following the launch of its own mixed reality headset. The company unveiled updates and new products at its annual Worldwide Developers Conference. Throughout today's session, Apple's shares surged by 1.5% on Wall Street. Year to date, the stock has risen 39%. John Schaefer, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back to this date in history. Wow. The German High Command expected the attack to come in the Pas-de-Calais region, north of the River Seine, where the English Channel is narrowest. According to the National World War II Museum, it was there that Hitler had put the bulk of his panzer divisions after being tipped off by Allied undercover agents posing as German sympathizers that the invasion would take place there. It was actually conducted in two main phases, the airborne assault and amphibious landings. Shortly after the midnight hour, June the 6th, over 18,000 Allied paratroopers were dropped into the invasion area to provide tactical support for infantry divisions on the beaches. Also, Allied forces flew over 14,000 sorties in support of the landing, and having secured air supremacy prior to the invasion. There were challenges, though, of mounting a successful landing. A surprise was an essential element of the Allied invasion plan. It was especially daunting as the English Channel was notorious for its rough seas, unpredictable weather, And the enemy had spent months constructing the Atlantic Wall, a 2,400-mile line of obstacles. And by daybreak on this day, 1944, thousands of paratroopers and glider troops were already on the ground behind enemy lines, securing bridges and exit roads. The amphibious invasion began at 6:30 a.m. By day's end, approximately 156,000 Allied troops had successfully stormed Normandy's beaches. The British and Canadians overcame some opposition to capture beaches codenamed Gold, Juno, and Sword, as did the Americans at Utah Beach. The Germans were aware of the importance of the sector designated Omaha Beach, which the Allies would need to connect and secure the beachheads together, and made it certain to be heavily defended. Fortifications, elevated terrain meant the American landing on Omaha would be the bloodiest that day. Over 2,000 American casualties at Omaha Beach. But again, by day's end, about 156,000 Allied troops had successfully stormed Normandy's beaches. More than 4,000 Allied troops lost their lives in the D-Day invasion. Thousands more wounded or missing. The British secured Gold Beach with the help of artillery, tanks, and air support. Canadian forces pushed the Germans out, secured Juno's beachhead by mid-afternoon. Tasked with securing Sword Beach, the British were 3 miles from their intended objective by the end of the day. Nightfall on D-Day found Allied forces past the German defenses on all 5 beachheads. In other words, Hitler's vaunted Atlantic Wall lasted less than 24 hours. Yeah, but again, the price, the cost, the number of lives lost on just that day alone. Wow. Hey there, Pappy.
Steve, could you imagine, as we speak, 79 years ago, several hours before dawn is the break, and these men on these ships knowing what's coming in the morning, what's going through their minds 79 years ago as we speak. Some brave men and women. There's a lot of medical ships that were in the area, you know, with a bunch of nurses on there. Steve, if I'm not mistaken, I heard that the United States, along with the Brits, they they fooled the Germans too. They took a bunch of cardboard, I don't want to say boxes, but a bunch of just regular like cardboard and plywood, and made these tanks and aircraft, these fake looking things, right? And made it look like they were going to invade in that other area that you mentioned, and not Omaha and Utah.
Okay.
You know, and it took, I don't know, a couple months to build this stuff, but it was easy to transport, and they just kind of moved it up in that area and got them out and set them up and kind of fooled the Germans that, hey, man, looks like the Americans are moving their stuff up this way. Maybe somebody knows a little bit more about that. Might be able to shed some more light on it. But Steve, I mean, one thing about your show, we can go back prior to even Trump being elected and all this chaos, right? We have been talking about the electrical grid for years.
Yep, sure have.
Years. It's funny, Steve. I got to stop doing this, man. I ordered an air conditioning unit that can be ran off solar or a battery, and it came in the mail last week. But you can literally just, it's not like a window unit. You can set this thing in the middle of the room and turn it on, and it'll cool down like about a 15 by 20 room. Pretty decent, you know, because it gets so hot in here, man. Steve, if the power goes out, even that generator I got, you know, I can't crank the AC up. Just takes too many watts to get that condensing unit in the back on. Now, there's an adapter you can buy and put on there. It's like a capacitor. Only takes about 5,000, 6,000 watts to pump that compressor on. Once it's on, the watts drop way down, you know. But until then, I got this daggone thing. So, man, if the power does go out like it did last year for a week, I don't know if you remember that. It was miserable in here, man. But got me an AC now. I keep buying this stuff. I don't know. It's the best day in the world, though, if you don't need it, right?
Yeah, right.
Steve, this is deliberate, man. There's no other way to describe what's going on. They're talking, you know, with the grid, the food, what they're doing to the farmers. Hey, what did you say the other night? They want to kill 2,500 cows or something?
200,000.
Jeez.
Yeah.
They're deliberately trying to destroy our food source. There's no other way around this, Steve. And they're trying to fool us all to bring society to collapse and hope that when it happens, the people will give up everything, give up their rights, because things will be so bad, they will look to the government and beg the government to save them. That's what's going on, man. I'm telling you. I saw a video the other day. I don't know. It was Hackles or Chuckles, right? Vice President. I don't even know what she was talking about, but she was like, the government's on our way. We're here to help you.
Right.
And right after that, there was Reagan giving a quick little speech, I guess, a couple sentences he put out. He said the worst words you can hear is that the government's here to help you. Right?
The most frightening words you could ever hear. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. That was it. Yep.
Yep. Government can't do anything efficiently. I remember back in the 80s when we were hearing, you know, the government's buying hammers for $400. Every time these companies find out that they can get a government contract, they know they can rip the government off because the government don't care because they're not spending their own money, and charge crazy amount of money for simple little things. Even when, you know, when these contractors locally, if they get a government prevailing wage job, you know, and a buddy was in the AC business, air conditioning, heating and air. And they were building a building somewhere. I guess it was a government building. And he got a government prevailing wage job. And I mean, we're going back in the 80s now. And $12 an hour back in them days was pretty decent money. And took him about 5 weeks to do this job, and he was making $20 an hour because it was a government prevailing wage job. So, you know, last night I couldn't quite understand where Big Ed was coming from when he was talking about whose fault is it, you know, that we got this problem.
The crisis
with mental
of
health.
mental, I mean, like all living on the streets.
Yeah, I couldn't quite get where he was coming from. But what I was trying to say in my call is that, you know, what Germany was doing, like I said, they were literally going into these homes, forcefully removing these children that had Down syndrome and putting them in these hospitals and eventually euthanizing these children to keep the bloodline pure.
Mm-hmm.
And the point of the call is that the interview with the nurses several years later, it was in the late 50s, right? Seeing these interviews, and they were saying they were doing it for the good of the country. It's like the Marxist theory. I mean, to make it real simple, you everything that you make or earn, right, you're supposed to hand over to the government, and the government decide how they would distribute everything. In a real simple. And it was funny. I seen an interview. I can't remember her name. Lady that founded the Black Lives Matters. When she was talking about the dude, actually, and he was a leftist, and he kind of called her out on these $1 million homes that they were buying, right? And she was claiming, you know, to be a Marxist and studied Marxism and all this stuff. And she goes, well, you know, I had to take care of my family. You know, I got a brother who's handicapped, right? And I had to take, you know, I got a right to take care of my own family. Well, hon, that is not what you believe in, right? Seen a video a long time ago. It was a father explaining to his kids on socialism. And so he's got two girls, and he tells the one girl, you can go out and cut the front grass, and the other girl, you sit here on the couch. And it was a hot day, and the girl goes out, she cuts the grass, he comes back in and gives the girl that cut the grass $5 and gives the girl that sat on the couch and did nothing $5. Right? And the one girl was like, well, I kind of did all the work. Why is she getting $5? Because that's just the way it is, right? So the next day, he tells the girl to sit on the couch, you go out and cut the grass today, and the other girl's going to sit on the couch. And she goes, well, I don't want to cut the grass. I want to sit on the couch and get my $5. And he looked at the other girl. I cut the grass yesterday. I don't want to cut the grass. I want to sit on the couch and get the $5. He said, so we're clear, neither one of you are going to cut the grass, right? They said, no, we just went on $5. He said, okay. And he left. He didn't give neither one of them the $5. And the point being is that if the workers like you and I and your listeners stop working to feed the poor, sooner or later, the poor ain't going to get fed either. It's that simple. I think we're all in agreement, man. If somebody is unable to work for whatever reason, just incapable of working, you know, our society is, and we take care of these people.
Correct.
I'm not going to let somebody starve. But man, I'm telling you, Steve, if you're able body to get out there and work. And the problem is, these last several years, you know, a lot of this younger generation is under the impression, I don't have to work. Let the government take care of me. And it goes back to what I was talking about when China first went communism. When they train these kids in school, you know, to think that the government's the answer to everything. The government will take care of you.
Well, the last report.
What else has happened?
Last report said there are 10 million jobs available in this country right now. 10 million.
Wow. Hey, I did hear this. Tell me if you heard this. Major newspaper in Germany, be like the New York Times here, I guess, United States, put a big article out connecting the dots, not just, with specific information that Ukraine was responsible for blowing up that pipeline. Now, I'm sure, Steve, that they had to have some help, you know, and I know there was another guy came out here a few months ago was saying how he had information that we did it, but he wasn't given specifics. And apparently this article is giving specifics.
Really?
You know, so, and the point of this was, I don't know if you heard this, but I guess Zelensky is begging to get into NATO. And supposedly they're having some meetings. He's trying to get in. And now Germany's put this out saying, wait a minute, man. we got proof now that you just blew up our livelihood here. And you want us to accept you in NATO?
Because the EU, the European Union, relied on those pipelines, right? Nord Stream 1, 2?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. So I thought that was kind of interesting. We'll see. And then now here we got it, Steve. We had a close call, I guess, over the airways. Now it's on the high seas, right? China playing games with the Navy.
Right.
Over there, things are escalating.
I mean, I saw the video of that, and I think they said they came within like 150 feet of one another.
150. You sure it wasn't like 150 yards?
Maybe it was. Maybe I thought it was feet. Maybe it was yards.
Listen, even 1,500 yards is close when you're talking naval stuff, man. So if they came within 150 yards of one of their warships, come in that close to one of our warships, man, I'm surprised that there wasn't some shots going over some bows or something, man. That's crazy, crazy close. Unbelievable. So I don't know, man. You know, keep an eye on everything over there. We'll see what happens. Trying to think if there was anything else on my mind.
I pulled it up here. It was let's see. They came within a distance of 150 yards. So that's
still crazy.
You're saying that's insanely close?
That's crazy close. Ask 5-7 calls back asking. That is crazy close. Can't believe that they even let them get that close. I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. I told you, look for the naval blockade. If things start to go down in China or Taiwan, it's going to start with a naval blockade. Mark my words. That's when the 55-gallon drums are going to get filled up full of water that I got in the garage. All right, brother.
All right. Thank you much for chiming in. All right. There you go. During the transit Saturday, the Chinese guided missile destroyer overtook the Chang'un on its port side, then veered across its bow at a distance of some 150 yards. According to the Indo-Pacific Command, the American destroyer held its course but reduced speed to 10 knots to avoid a collision. Video released Monday shows the Chinese ship cutting across the course of the American one, then straightening out to start sailing in a parallel direction. Indo-Pacific Command said the actions violated maritime rules of safe passage in international waters. The Chinese ship did not perform a similar maneuver on the Canadian frigate, which was sailing behind the American destroyer. Chang'un and Montreal's transit through the Taiwan Strait, demonstrating the combined U.S.-Canadian commitment to a free, open Indo-Pacific. Again, according to Pacific Command, the United States military flies, sails, and operates safely and responsibly anywhere international law allows. See, that's that whole zone right there, though. That's where China claims that's their territorial waters, not international. But yes, so that's a close shave, 150 yards. Okay. And one miscalculation. Think how ugly things can get by mere accident. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former Vice President Mike Pence is ready to join the already crowded Republican field running for president in 2024. Pence filed the paperwork to enter the race today. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum are also expected to officially announce their bids this week. Former President Trump's lawyers met with Justice Department officials today regarding a special counsel investigation into alleged mishandling of classified documents and possible obstruction. Trump's team requested the meeting, citing prosecutorial misconduct concerns. House Oversight Chairman, Republican James Comer, is moving forward with holding FBI Director Christopher Wray in contempt of Congress. This follows the FBI's refusal to provide an unclassified document regarding President Biden's alleged involvement in a criminal bribery scheme.
The confidential human source who provided information about then Vice President Biden being involved in a criminal bribery scheme is a trusted, highly credible informant who has been used by the FBI for over 10 years and has been paid over six figures.
Despite the FBI's offer to review the document in a secure area on Capitol Hill, Comer maintains that the Bureau is non-compliant with the subpoena. Saudi Arabia, the largest oil producer in OPEC, is reducing its daily oil production by 1 million barrels this summer. That's expected to drive up gas prices here in the U.S. One presidential candidate is getting welcome back on a social media platform.
The personal account of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is getting reinstated by Instagram. Kennedy, a 2024 Democratic candidate for the White House, was removed 3 years ago for repeatedly posting COVID misinformation. Instagram said his account shared, quote, debunked claims about the coronavirus or vaccines. Meta, the parent company of Instagram, has not restored the account of Kennedy's organization. Children's Health Defense was also suspended for spreading COVID myths. I'm Jerry Barmash.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Apple stock soared to an all-time high today following the launch of its own mixed reality headset. The company unveiled updates and new products at its annual Worldwide Developers Conference. Throughout Monday's session, Apple shares surged by 1.5% on Wall Street. Year to date, the company's stock has risen over 39%. A suburban Salt Lake City parent has done a bit of a turnabout when it comes to his local school district banning some books for kids.
The parent followed the procedures set up by the Davis School District to flag a book it should consider banning, noting the objectionable material. The parent found a book filled with sin, like adultery and violence, and the district agreed. So it's removed the Holy Bible from elementary and middle schools while keeping it in the libraries at high schools. And now another parent has submitted for possible banning, the Book of Mormon, the bedrock of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the faith of most people in Utah. I'm Richard Johnson.
Spotify is implementing a workforce reduction of 200 employees within its podcasting team. The company stated in an internal communication that this move is part of a strategic pivot aimed at enhancing its support for creators. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse claimed the top spot at the box office, earning $120.5 million in its opening weekend. The latest installment of the Spider-Man franchise achieved the second highest debut of the year, just behind the Super Mario Brothers movie. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
I do believe that is my cue. Back on a Tuesday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into June 6th. Hello to Jeff from New York City. Thanks for the overnight company. And Gypsy Driver, good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. 58 degrees, partly cloudy here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan this morning. Great to be a part of the Overnight Drive family. All right. A couple of industry headlines get things underway for another hour. Arizona Department of Public Safety is asking for public help in locating a truck involved in an early morning fatal accident involving a pedestrian. This is going back last Wednesday, May 31st, between 3 and 5 a.m. According to Arizona DPS, a pedestrian was fatally struck southbound U.S. Route 93 at the 120-mile marker in Wickiup, Arizona. The vehicle authorities are looking for will be a red Volvo, model year 2018 to 22, with a missing right passenger side front headlamp and damage across the front end from the driver's side to the passenger side. All right. I don't know. Somebody think they hit a deer or something? You never know. Meanwhile, Navistar recalling more than 92,000 trucks and buses across its lineup. An anti-lock braking indicator does not illuminate during emergency stopping events. The issue affects 100% of 2021 to 2024 vehicles that are included in the non-compliance recall. Now, no crashes or injuries associated with the condition are known at this point. But let's see, international LT series models. MV, RH, HK, HV, Lone Star, the battery-powered EMV, and more than 1,100 commercial buses. Navistar recalled over 19,000 school buses for the same issue in a separate recall. Total vehicles in the recall is 92,193. I guess it's the ABS indicator lamp is out of compliance with the FMCSA standard that requires the ABS indicator lamp to remain activated when a malfunction exists. That includes whenever the vehicle's ignition switch is on in the run position and the vehicle is in motion. Apparently, if the lamp does not stay illuminated during a braking event that requires ABS, you may not realize there's a fault with the ABS system, which would increase the risk of a crash. So be watching for the recall notices there. What's happening, Philip in Florida? Good morning.
Morning, bud. How you doing? Yeah, if you want to know, Steve, that's 450 feet them ships were apart out there. So nothing to play with, 450 feet, especially when your ship's huge like those are. So it's funny you're mentioning ABS lights. One of the things in the DOT inspection now they're hitting a lot of guys for is ABS light problems on trailers. Have you heard anything about that?
Don't think I've seen that. No.
Yeah, one of the big things that they're hitting a lot of guys on their inspections is that ABS light isn't working correctly on the trailer, and they're writing guys up for that. I've heard a lot of guys are getting hit hard with that on their inspections with ABS lights on the trailers. So, did you get my article or I should say the video I sent you about the ships?
Yes, I did. I actually shared some of the audio from that earlier in the program, probably before you were up and at them.
Yeah, Sal Mikado, he does a really good job on that. He's up to date on the deal. I started watching his stuff on YouTube when Iran started nabbing those tankers, and he was the one that was keeping everybody up on YouTube abreast of what was going on with those tankers. Guys of knowledge of anything to deal with maritime stuff. It was very interesting what he was sharing about those unions, the longshoremen unions out in California and the West Coast. That could be pretty detrimental for a lot of freight moving across, especially if they slows it down. So we'll see how it goes, though. But what do you think about this situation, about this plane flying over Washington with the folks that were incapacitated?
Yeah, I mean, everything sounds like they believe they lost pressure in the cabin, I guess.
Yeah, probably so. CO probably got them, too. They might have had something going on there. But do you remember the golfer Payne Stewart passed away a few years ago? With
his plane flew for how many hours did that thing stay up before it ran out of fuel?
It went up a lot. It stayed up a long time. It was a Learjet. It stayed up quite a while, and they basically had to let it run its course and let it run itself out of fuel. And that's all you can pretty much do. And I'm wondering if that's what happened with those folks.
Yeah.
Because they went all the way to Long Island. They went to Long Island and made a turn back. And that when they made that turn, I think that's when they got incapacitated, because they were supposed to land up in Long Island, and then they turned back. And they went all the way back to Virginia, where it finally ended up crashing. It was in Virginia. So you look at that distance, that's quite a distance to go from Long Island to Virginia, before it ran out of fuel. So scary stuff there, not to mention all the stuff that was, how many fighter jets did they scramble on that one?
Six F-16s,
Yeah, so But everything's status quo down here, and it sounds like to me, Pappy needs to come down here to Florida. He's getting himself into, dude, he's getting experienced with that generators and air conditioners and all this portable stuff for, you know, hey, dude, you need to come down here and live with the hurricanes, man. You'd be good at that, man. We need more law enforcement guys down here. I mean, come on, we need more law enforcement. And, but he's right, though. There are some air conditioners out there. You don't even need a window unit anymore. Just it sits in the middle of the room, and you can run it right off a generator. That's what a lot of them are doing down here. And it just goes to show you, Steve, how much reliance we have on electrical power. Do you think anybody could survive now today without electrical power at all?
Wow.
I mean, that's what everybody thinks about it. I mean, you think about it, the guys with the trucks now, they don't want anybody to idle a truck, so what's everybody do? They go get a green APU and put it on their truck, and they can sit there with that APU on and have their air conditioner and their heat and have the truck staying warm if they're in a cold condition. And, you know, it's like we're relying on a lot of electrical stuff, and back in the day we didn't have that, you know, but it's different mentality than it used to be. And Pappy is right. The work ethic is not there no more. I mean, it's gone. We can see that on a daily basis. Everybody wants to sit behind a computer, but not too many people want to go out and lay blocks of bricks or drive a truck or do plumbing or electrical or anything like that. So it's just the way our society has come with trades and whatnot. So that's all I got to say. And happy day before hump day. So we'll catch y'all later. Y'all have a good one.
All right, thank you. Safe journey the rest of that way into another day on the job, right? I got to work to pay the bills, though. Hey, real quick, if I can get back to, I mentioned also in the first hour that if you're planning to book the Steve Summers Overnight Drive cruise coming up in October of 24, they've set up a separate Facebook page. If you're on Facebook, it's Steve Summers 2024 Overnight Drive Cruise, I believe is what it's called now. And had a bunch of people joining in this past day, but believe it or not, I mean, even nearly a year and a half out, this particular cruise, which, the ABC cruise, Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, they only do this cruise a couple times a year. So I think that in part is one reason it's a very, very popular cruise. But already some categories, some levels on the ship, the Lido deck is completely sold out. No cabins remain on the Lido deck. The Eisenbars or Ironbeard, they tried to book on the Lido. I think they were able to get them on deck 9, so just one deck down. It's all about convenience. A lot of people don't want to walk up and down stairs to go up to the buffet and whatnot. Sometimes the elevators get really busy, and you'll stand there and wait and wait. I mean, even to go up one floor kind of thing. I hit the stairs if it's only a couple of floors up. I'd rather go down the stairs than up the stairs, if you know what I mean. But it's only a $25 a person reservation right now. So you can get your reservations in ASAP. And my understanding from Stephanie was Carnival would only allocate, it was 25 or maybe 35 cabins is all that they would allocate her to get our group together. And then it's going to be based on availability. Now, I do know this. Some of the big travel agents, if we go way back in time to our very first cruise, that was through like AAA Travel, AAA. Everybody knows them. Some of the big cruise agencies, they'll block a pretty significant block of rooms. And at a certain point in time, if they don't have deposits on them, Carnival will force them to return those cabins to their inventory. So I don't know if things will actually be as tight, but just to be forewarned. And I was also thinking I know there's people out there that do not do the Facebook thing. Just before showtime this evening, I did forward the information about the cruise to Josh and Chad there and asked them to get the links up to the to my webpage, overnightdriveradio.com. So I'm assuming sometime later this morning, say by midday, they should have the links available there, overnightdriveradio.com, for the people that do not do the Facebook thing. And I thought otherwise you could, if you want the information and the links and whatnot to get a deposit down, you could just maybe send me an email, steve@hotshotsecret.com, and I can respond with the links to you there. Because I know not everybody does the Facebook thing. All right, with that, what are we looking at? 844-844-3388. Back into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So apparently, the FBI decided not to actually turn over the whistleblower document to the House Oversight Committee yesterday. Yeah, depending on which news source, the July 30th, 2020 document purported to allege a $5 million bribery scheme. Other reports say a $15 million scheme on behalf of then Vice President Joe Biden and his family with an adversarial foreign country. After Monday's FBI stiff-arming, Mr. Comer announced that we're going to hold a hearing Thursday to weigh holding FBI Director Christopher Wray in contempt of Congress. He made the announcement at a Capitol Hill news conference outside the Secure Information Facility, where apparently he was shown but not given the document, allegedly because it is, quote, a key piece of an ongoing investigation, which is kind of comical now. They've had this document for several years, and all of a sudden now it's a key document. Today's FBI officials confirmed the unclassified FBI-generated record has not been disproven and is currently being used in an ongoing investigation, according to Comer. After viewing the document, the confidential human source, pay attention to this because Pappy mentioned this the other night, the source who provided information about then Vice President Biden being involved in a criminal bribery scheme is a trusted, highly credible informant who has been used by the FBI for over 10 years and has been paid over 6 figures. These are facts, and no amount of spin and, frankly, lies from White House or congressional Democrats can change this information. So, yeah, what Pappy mentioned a couple nights ago was the whole, if you've got an individual, someone off the street that comes in and says something about somebody, you don't know if there's any credibility to it. This individual has been used, has given credible information to the FBI for over 10 years. You can't ignore this individual. But he went on to say the FBI again refused to hand over the unclassified record to the custody of the House Oversight Committee. We will now initiate contempt of Congress hearings on Thursday. Comer said it's his assumption that investigation is being conducted in Biden's home state of Delaware. The FBI said they would produce the document in a secure location inside the U.S. Capitol for Comer and the panel's ranking member, Jamie Raskin. But this is the FD 1023, which agents use to record unverified tips and information they receive from confidential human sources. Now, the FBI said these documents can contain uncorroborated and incomplete information, and that documenting the tip does not necessarily validate it. Yeah, we'll see where that goes. But yeah, one other right along that line, the Matthew Whitaker. Remember that name? It's going to be interesting, he says, to know what exactly the FBI found and how many resources they've put into this, researching or investigating this document. He's the former acting attorney general, Matthew Whitaker. Now, this is the report that alleges then Vice President Joe Biden and his family accepted some $15 million in bribes from enemies of the United States. This is a form that's filled out with confidential human sources providing information to the FBI, then used to create leads to investigate crimes. He emphasized some things are already known about the general content of the document, and this source is a reliable source who has been used in the past. He also said there are investigative leads that resulted from the document, and the FBI did do some probing based on this tip, supposedly. But all right, there you go. News break time.
USA News update. Former Vice President Mike Pence officially filed paperwork today to run for president in 2024, joining a competitive field of Republican candidates seeking the nomination. Over the past few months, Pence has been actively visiting key early primary states. China's military is becoming increasingly aggressive in the Taiwan Strait and South China Sea, and that's not sitting well with the U.S.
We're going to continue to keep the lines open with the Chinese to make it clear how unacceptable those particular intercepts are.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said a Chinese warship came dangerously close to a U.S. Navy destroyer over the weekend. Apple stock soared to an all-time high today following the launch of its own mixed reality headset. The company unveiled updates and new products at its annual Worldwide Developers Conference. Throughout today's session, Apple's shares surged by 1.5% on Wall Street. Year to date, the stock has risen 39%. John Schaefer, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I got an email here. Pappy said, I meant to ask, is a passport required on the cruise? Because his expired. I believe the answer would be yes. Last time we were on a cruise was 2019. And since then, mine and the wife's has expired as well. best of my knowledge, unless things have changed since then. See, my daughter was able to get on the cruise. Yeah, you're able to use your birth certificate and valid, like state driver's ID or whatever. Nowadays they've got the more modern to fly, IDs and whatnot. The TSA certified thing. But the only problem was if you were to be allowed to get on the ship, you can sail and do your thing. But if something happens and you have some sort of an emergency and you need to get, say you're in Aruba and some sort of emergency means you got to get a flight back to the U.S., you can't get a flight, I believe, out of another country without the passport thing. But yeah, I did see a message from Stephanie here a few days ago that right now to renew passports is taking about a month, I think, turnaround time for people who do not or have not ever had one. She said it's probably 4 or 5 months to get a passport right now. So we got plenty of time to do that, but yeah, I've got to dig mine out, and we're both going to have to renew ours. I think they expired in either 2020 or 2021. So yeah, but that's highly recommended. Yeah, get a passport. Okay. 844-844-3388. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Oh, you don't need a passport to get back in this country. All you got to do is go to the southern border there in Mexico, claim amnesty, and they'll walk you right across. Come on in. Open arms. No problem.
Point. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways. Let's see. What do we got going on? Yesterday, I guess it happened in the morning. In the afternoon, they had Interstate 83 just north of the Maryland line closed both directions from exit 4, mile marker 4, to exit 10, mile marker 10, both directions. Apparently, there'd been some sort of robbery or something, and the perpetrator went out on the interstate, and I don't know if they did something to make him come to a stop or why he came to a stop, but then proceeded in a foot chase, and then they had investigation and all kinds of stuff. So sounded like Interstate 83 between Baltimore and Harrisburg was pretty well messed up yesterday there if you were trying to go that direction and either direction there. So I don't know if you had any more updates that would go along with that. That's about all the information I got out. I guess somewhere around 5:30 or so in the afternoon, things were opening up. So I know they opened the northbound before they opened the southbound, but I'm sure that kind of had travel all messed up. People trying to commute back and forth because a lot of people live up in Pennsylvania that work down in Maryland, and then of course they got to go home in the afternoon. And so I heard it was pretty well messed up out there on the highways there yesterday in that area.
Okay.
So, anyways, and I guess I don't know if you saw I posted or not. There's a little bit of Make-A-Wish truck convoy news there. The young man there that started out the whole thing by asking for the wish 34 years ago to be able to talk to his sister on a CB in a truck there. And that's how the whole convoy got started there. I guess I didn't realize his sister passed about a year ago, maybe just over a year ago. And the other day he'd passed. So they got viewing in celebration of life for him on the 7th, which I guess is what, tomorrow, Thursday, or no, day after tomorrow, Thursday. Today's the 6th, 7th, Wednesday.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Wednesday, Thursday the 7th, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So anyways.
Wednesday. I'm sorry, Wednesday. This is Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't know what day. We didn't do Mike, so I just know it's not that day.
Yeah.
But anyways, so kind of I put the link to his story there a little bit and his obituary there up on my Facebook. I don't know. I don't think I passed that along to the Steve Summers one, but anyway, so if anybody was interested, and that's the picture, my profile picture. That's a picture of him in the truck during the convoys. So anyways, I just thought I'd pass that along, and I guess if anybody's still interested there and is part of the procrastination club that I'm the president of. That if they haven't gotten along to making a donation, if they wanted to, you still have the opportunity to all the way until Father's Day, and all the donation availability is there, and even that they have in memory of him in lieu of flowers there. They got a link on his obituary there to donate if you wanted to donate through him as well too to make a wish. So anybody out there that wanted the opportunity to or wanted to know more about it, just thought I'd put that information out there for them. I don't know what else we got going. I guess I don't know. There was a couple other little odds and ends, but I heard that on the news there that they're getting rid of more books. They want to get rid of more books out of the school, or are they burning the Book of Mormon too, or are they just removing it? So I don't know. Where's our country going, Your Honor? But anyways, I guess that's about all we got for you this morning there. Everything else is pretty good. It's just kind of a repeat of yesterday weather-wise, just lather, rinse, repeat here. So I guess things are just going to keep going the way they are here. Is there any rain predicted in the future at all in the next 2 weeks?
Boy, nothing in our neck of the woods. Well, I don't know about 2 weeks, but nothing in the near future for us. I mean, drought conditions going to be, they're saying very, very dry from all the way back in Iowa through the heart of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, into western PA, going to be dry.
Yeah, it's definitely dry in this area. So anyways, though, but I guess we'll let you go with that and see what else happens and develops through the show here, Your Honor.
Yeah, we got cool conditions as well. I'm going to look at it. Where are we down? We're down to 54 outside the secret bunker at this hour. Yeah, a little chill in the air out there. All right, next up on the list here, who we got? Not seeing a name there, but who we got on board?
Oh. Hey, it was Sundance Kid, man. How you doing this evening?
Hello, Sundance.
Hey, man. I'm sorry. I did say Sundance. I wasn't trying to sneak in on you. But, can you do me a favor and look up the poverty level while I dissect Pappy's Marx or socialism versus capitalism story he told? What qualifies as poverty these days? And so the little girls, one goes and does the work, and both of them get paid. And then he come back and said that the next day, neither one of them wanted to work because of what happened the day before. In a capitalist society, wouldn't the girl that went out and worked yesterday demand twice as much today because the other girl's not going to work? So she take that girl's part and her part, and if she decides to give to charity, she could give that girl $2 out of the 10. Wouldn't that be what a capitalist society would be?
I don't know about that, Sundance. You get the idea that there's 10 million jobs available in this country. That's a fact right now. And you got all these employers that can't find anybody wanting to work. Now, tell me, would there be a reason that the legislation that was just passed by, this whole budget debt ceiling increase, would there be a reason they included a work requirement in that to try to get some of these people off their ass, living off the government, able-bodied individuals who would rather sit home and not work and get a check from the taxpayers? There's a reason that was included in there because it's really happening.
Right. But isn't unemployment is like record lows right now?
Well, yeah. What is it? 3.4, I believe, was the latest number I saw. 3.4%.
Yeah.
You have to.
That's not a lot of people.
People that are on unemployment is based on people that are supposedly looking for a job and can't find a job. What we've got, Sundance, over the last 2-3 years during the pandemic, millions of people have stopped actively looking for a job. So they're not even looking for a job. They're not considered unemployed. They're not interested in being in the workforce because they're able to sit home and get a check.
No, they figured out a better way to do things. People are doing the gig economy. They're doing things that they don't have to go and slave at a job that pays them poverty wages. And that's why I want you to look up what poverty is. Because if poverty is $29,000, which I think is about the number, if you're making $15 an hour, that's poverty wages. So nobody wants to go and work for poverty. They're not. That's the problem. If you start paying people what they should be paying compared to what our parents got paid back in that generation,
well,
they'll be working their ass off.
See, what you're saying is it is comical, Sundance, because just 5-6 years ago we had all the Mickey D's workers, fast food workers saying we deserve $15 an hour, $15 an hour. Well, they're getting their $15 an hour now, but now what is that $15 an hour worth? They need to be making $20 per hour. But if you give them $20 per hour, the cost of everything is going to go up once again. There's no winning.
And I'll tell you why. Oh yeah, there is a limit. There is a limit. See, the problem is when we raise the wages, the people at the top, the ones that can't get enough, they just raise the price of the product. They don't need to raise the price of the product because they make astronomical profits already. That little $15 from $8 an hour, that didn't cost them 2% of their profit.
All right, Sundance, what did you say? Somebody that's making, if you're making $15 an hour, what's that translate to in a year?
That's $30,000 on a 40-hour week.
All right, the latest available numbers: 2021 poverty guidelines for the 48 contiguous states and the District of Columbia. Household of one, 12,880. Two, household of two,
that's crazy, Steve.
17,420. Household of three, 21,960. Household of four, 26,500. That's the actual numbers from the HHS.
Okay.
So.
Well, who's making $250 a week? I mean, that's the first number you gave.
Well, those are the poverty. That's the numbers you ask for. So.
Right, but nobody's making.
Technically, someone working for $15 an hour is not considered in poverty based on that.
Okay.
Now, if you want to take them up to all right, if you want to take them up to 200% of the poverty guidelines, that's when you household of one, 36,420. That's 200% of the poverty guidelines.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I guess we're all okay then. Everybody should be good, and stop complaining about poverty.
Well, if you're making, I don't know. I mean, have you ever worked more than 40 hours a week? Hell, you drive a truck, you're probably working the equivalent of 2 jobs anyway. No, if you're working for $15 an hour, there you go. So I mean, take your 15 times 62 instead of 40, and I mean. There are even fast food joints that are paying $18 and $20 an hour. And I mean, I see signs, starting at $21 for McDonald's.
Right.
Because they can't find.
I mean, the cost of living. I mean, okay, but here's the thing. Remember back when we were in high school? All right, I remember a Big Mac being 50 cents.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And how much were you making? And the reason your Big Mac is $6 now is because you're paying those people that can't even get your order right $15 and $18 an hour. This is you reap what you sow. You say you can't live for these poverty numbers. But that was the numbers he asked for. Quick chime out back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, I found the updated numbers I shared with Sundance a few moments ago. That was from 2021. So a household of one was 12,880. I found the 2022 and the 2023 numbers. In 22, it went up to 13,590 for a household of one. 2023, I guess with the rampant inflation we've seen under this administration, it's now 16,990. Let's see, 2023, the current number, household of two, poverty level is 22,890. Household, husband, wife, or I'm sorry, a couple with a child, right? Because it's no longer a husband and wife, it's a couple with a child. 28,790. That's the current poverty level. All right, what do you say, Brother Rambler?
Hey, man, what's going on, Steve? Praise God. And hello, all of God's children out there in overnight drive land. Brother Rambler, glad to be on the air with you. And, man, I tell you what, brother, I'm going to tell you something. I'm 47 years old, Steve. And I grew up on a farm. And, of course, I'm not going to get into the whole farm demographic. You know, I got up many times before school, did what I had to do, go get a shower, and go on to school, you know. But my first job while I was in high school was working for Greer's, little grocery store chain. And, you know, and when I graduated, I said, you know what, I want to do better for myself. So I went, found a job working in construction. Figured, you know, I worked outdoors doing a farm, drove old Bessie Ferguson 135 farm tractor, and I could do that. I did that for a couple of years. I wanted to better myself, so I took a job working at Dairy Fresh, bottling milk, which, by the way, was the worst job I ever had. So I left there and went to truck driving school, started driving a truck. You know, you got to have initiative in life. You got to have goals if you want to do something. And the way I see it nowadays, people that ain't wanting to work, and I see it in my own family. A lot of people's like, well, you know what? I just don't want to give up my devil's lettuce. I don't want to do this. They'll work underneath the table, and then pee and moan about being broke, poor, and everything like that. I'm like, you big dummy. You know what? Sacrifices is a part of life. And if you want to have something, you got to give up something too. So, you know, if you can't pass a drug test, start getting yourself clean and quit living at poverty level and have some goals. Steve, a grocery store, and I'm not knocking no one that works, but a grocery store, McDonald's, Burger King, you know, Crystal's, White Castle, that was for jobs when I was coming up. That's for you to start off, get you through school. You were meant to leave those jobs and go better yourself. And that's what it's going to take. People got to start having some initiative and goals set before themselves, and quit trying to say, well, you know what, I'm just not going to give up my devil's lettuce. I'm not going to give up this. I'm not going to give up that. I'm going to work underneath the table. Come on, man. You know, have some initiative. You know, instead of relying on the devil's lettuce, rely on Jesus Christ. You know, that's my stress reliever, Steve. World starts trying to kick me while I'm down. I just turn to Jesus. But that being said, D-Day, Steve, I've heard it said and I've read it. There were so many ships that was launched that if you lined them all up, you could walk across from England to France. You could have walked across all the ships.
Wow.
I had, that's how many ships that were launched. I had 2 uncles, well, actually 4 uncles. My uncle Antonio Pasquale Noletti was a pilot. He flew the B-17 Flying Fortress in World War II. He flew, I forget what bomber it was during the Korean War, and he flew the B-29. The B-52 during Vietnam. He was one of the first ones to fly the B-52 in all 3 wars. I had an Uncle Jesse Baker Waltman, and I made a post on the ministry page. He was killed in action. He was part of the 5 Sullivan brothers and 4 Robertson brothers that were killed on the USS Juneau, November 13th, 1942. To have these stories told, and I don't know why, Steve, you know, people find it comfortable to talk to me and confide in me with a lot of things. I've had a lot of veterans, a couple of Vietnam veterans that told me things, and they ain't never told no one. They ain't even told their therapist, but yet they sat down with me, told me stories about what they did, what they went through. I guess it's just, I don't know. They just feel comfortable with me. It has to be the Lord, only way I can summarize it. And I've had World War II veterans that when I was just a young man would sit down and tell me some of the things, and I was told later they never discussed it with anybody. They couldn't talk about it, but yet they'd sit me down and tell me what all they saw and what they went through, and some of it was horrific. And I tell you what, Stephen King, got to give him, not Stephen King, Steven Spielberg, I got to give him credit for the movie Saving Private Ryan, because they said that was the most realistic, you know, depiction of what it was like.
Yeah, I remember when that came out. There were veterans that actually could not get through the opening of the film. Hold that thought there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. More checks and balances in D.C. as House Republican Oversight Committee Chair James Comer reportedly starts the ball rolling on a contempt of Congress case against the current head of the FBI.
The FBI again refused to hand over the unclassified record to the custody of the House Oversight Committee, and we will now initiate contempt of Congress hearings this Thursday.
Comer believes the documents at issue might show evidence of President Biden making lucrative deals with a foreign national. Biden and the White House have denied all claims against him. At the same time Monday, lawyers for former President Trump met with Justice Department officials and Special Counsel Jack Smith. The meeting in D.C. comes as Smith's investigation into Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents is said to be nearing an end.
Departure Cosmic 02 is airborne with an
Federal investigators are working to determine what caused the deadly crash of the plane intercepted by U.S. fighter jets over the Washington, D.C. area Sunday. 4 people aboard were all killed in the crash, while the pilot was incapacitated earlier. Investigators still wonder how that happened. The Saudi Arabian government says it will cut oil production this summer, which will likely push gas prices higher in the U.S. That breaks an earlier pledge by OPEC nations not to cut production before the end of the year. NASCAR is facing a backlash from fans during Pride Month.
All because NASCAR tweeted a photo supporting the LGBTQ community. Stephen Rhodes, who happens to be the first openly gay NASCAR driver, said in an interview with Queen City News, "Sure, some fans may be leaving, but I can assure you that there are just as many new fans coming in." I'm John Schaefer.
Wall Street's closing lower to start the week. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 199 points. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The bodies of all 3 unaccounted for men in the Iowa apartment building collapse have been found. Davenport Chief of Police Jeff Bladel says they have now recovered all the victims.
On Sunday, June 4th, victim recovered as Ryan Hitchcock, and on Monday, June 5th, 2023, a victim was recovered as Daniel Prian.
The city says the remains of Brandon Colvin Sr. were recovered Saturday. Investigators still have not said why the building collapsed. The House Foreign Affairs Committee will be able to view a classified cable on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Republican chairman to the panel, Michael McCaul of Texas, announced today Secretary of State Antony Blinken agreed to give lawmakers access to the Descent Channel cable. McCaul in March subpoenaed Blinken for access to a document written by U.S. diplomats in Kabul criticizing the administration's plans to withdraw troops in 2021 and had threatened to hold Blinken in contempt if he failed to provide the document. McCaul sees the cable as important to understand why the Biden administration failed to anticipate the rapid takeover of the country by the Taliban. I'm Lisa Taylor.
A former FBI agent that was convicted of spying for Russia is dead. According to multiple sources, Robert Hansen was found dead in his prison cell Monday morning in Colorado. They initiated life-saving measures until he was pronounced dead by outside medical personnel. Hansen was arrested in 2001 and pleaded guilty to selling classified material to the Soviet Union and eventually Russia. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the
USA.
science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. My turn again. Hey, look there. Final hour. Already rolling in. We'll get back to the calls. Hello to Rick in Columbus. All right, I got you. I saw you got your little package over the weekend. Good deal. Gary's on board. Good to have you with us. Hey, meanwhile, we were chatting with the brother Rambler there. All right, back at it. Thanks for hanging in there.
All right, Steve. Yeah, man, I always try and catch that. I got carried away talking and always, try and catch that before you hit the brakes. So, but I'm glad you put me back on hold and back in the queue, and thank you for that. As I was saying, we were talking about the D-Day invasion, World War II. Steve, God gave me the privilege to stand behind his sacred desk and put into his heart what he would have me to say and to be his mouthpiece for his children to listen. And I've said it once, I've said it again. If you ever seen that movie, Saving Private Ryan, Steven Spielberg did a lot of good research. Of course, his dad was I believe his dad was a pilot in World War II, and he relied on his dad's a lot of input and a lot of veterans to try and get the correct, description of what the war was like. But, Steve, I'm going to say it now, and I'll say it till God calls me home. I fully believe that, and like Pappy said, the thoughts that was going through them young men's minds, and you got to realize, them men that stormed the beaches, some of them were as young as, because they lied about their age, some of them were as young as 15 years old, but they lied about their age, was able to get in. So you had men 15 to 20 going and fighting for this country. And why did they go and fight? Same thing my uncle said. When Pearl Harbor got bombed, it peed them off. They were PO'd. And they wanted to go and kill Hitler. They wanted to go and kill Mussolini. They wanted to go and kill Tojo. That's what made them want to go and join. But the most important men, in my opinion, that were on those ships that night, as those men were boarding the troop transports to hit Omaha Beach, And while on Omaha Beach was the man of God sitting there praying with these men, making sure that their soul belonged to Jesus Christ before it belonged to the United States military. Because a lot of them men knew they were going to meet their fate. And then, and I've had this told too, what Steven Spielberg put was the absolute truth. You had chaplains on the beach, bullets whizzing by him, holding some poor guy's hands as he's shouting and crying for his poor mama. You know, they said that's an actual depiction that when a man's dying, the last thing he starts crying for is for his mother. You know, making sure that their soul was right with Jesus Christ before they close their eyes in this world. You know, we got to have Christianity and God put back into a lot of things, because if it wasn't for the chaplains, the men of God who were not only chaplains but soldiers praying for each other, making sure, hey, you got to have your soul right with Jesus Christ before you storm that beach, because a lot of us are going to die today. And we are in a nation today, like this month, that they're spitting in God's face. They're giving God the middle finger. They don't even care. And Steve, like the Bible says in the book of Timothy, there's going to come a great falling away, and that has happened. And there is a great falling away. We don't have a great generation. And it kind of frightens me a little bit. I mean, you know, what was going through my mind when you were reporting about that story about that Navy ship, you know, and I listen to Michael Savage constantly, and I could hear Michael Savage's voice saying this. While that Chinese ship approached, I wonder what kind of drag show they were having on board that Navy ship at the time. Because it seems like to me that's all we hear in the news, is that's what's what they're trying to recruit into the military. I'm scared that if, doo-doo hits the fan, well, who on earth have we got to fight? Because they're trying to run off all the God-fearing men and women that want to fight, and trying to put these other people in that don't want to fight. You know, it's scary, but yeah, we don't have that greatest generation, and we don't have those brave men that stepped up and went to Vietnam, and we don't have those brave men. We still got them that went and fought in Afghanistan and Iraq, but what have we got now? It's sad, and boy, we need to be in prayer for our nation constantly, Steve, constantly. But you know, brother, we had a great service at Determined Ministries Church this past Sunday. You know, Lord brought the message out of Isaiah chapter 54, verse 17, that no weapon formed against us shall prosper. And we talked about having the whole armor of God on. And what keeps armor lubricated? I love what the Lord said about the Tin Man. And we all seen The Wizard of Oz. You know, if you allow your suit of armor to get rusted, then how are you going to sit there and be able to fight the enemy? The enemy will get closer and closer and closer until they'll find a way in. When they find a way in, a kink in the armor, it's done too late. You got to keep your armor lubricated with the blood of Christ. That's your lubricant to keep that armor lubricated. You need to keep it buffed and polished and have the Holy Ghost hammered, beat out the dings. That's the Holy Ghost. You always got to have God to light the way. Light that path, have the Holy Ghost blood for lubrication, and have the Holy Ghost, the blood of Jesus Christ as lubrication, and have the Holy Ghost always to take that armor, make sure it's polished, all the dings binged out. But we appreciate you being here with us at Determined Ministries Church. Man, we just come on back, visit us again. Steve, I appreciate you, your show, and all the callers out there. I call y'all God's children because you are God's children. This old boy loves you. I pray for you. I don't care what your political views are or whatever you are. I love you and I pray for you. And you got a home here with Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive. Before I leave, two things. If you have not ever called this show, I want you to pick up the phone, dial now. Don't be scared. Just call Steve and talk to him. And when you do, you get that free $60 voucher that you can use on the website of Hot Shot Secret. Just go to their website, type in Hot Shot Secret, get that $60 voucher, and if you're a first-time caller. And Steve, I believe, what do you say? It's if you buy from the website, you get 10% off of any purchase. Is that true?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout.
That's right. Use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Get 10% off. If you're a first-time caller, you get 60% off. $60 voucher.
Yeah.
Now, I just wonder, if you're a first-time caller, you get $60. Will you be able to use that voucher plus the extra 10%?
It has been done. Yes, it has.
There you go, God's. Listen, there you go, God's children. We're putting some ingenuity into this. And remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler and Steve and everyone else loves you, and we do. And Steve, thank you for taking my call. Goodbye, God's children, and we love you.
All right. Rambler, have a great morning. 5-7, hey there.
Yeah, I just want to take a minute. I got to walk the deck of the USS Lafferty. She was there on D-Day and about ran aground. She was trying to get her armament close enough to support the troops. She did work bravely there, and eventually, after the invasion was through with, they quickly transferred to the Pacific, where she was working picket duty and took a whole bunch of hits from kamikazes and what all. She's currently sitting at Patriots Point in Charleston Harbor, more next to the USS Yorktown. So it was such an honor to walk those decks, knowing what these men went through and how they lived. I mean, they didn't go out for 6-7 months like we did. These guys were out. And I mean, they had, that ship had to be, there was no break here, there. They might have been out there for a whole year at sea, just enough time to refuel and get back on duty, on the station. And it just, compared to my ship, mine was a Cadillac compared to what they had to live. It was a tighter space, and but I just wanted to hold that crew for the Lafferty that did their part. As of talking about the closeness of the ship, we had replenishment at sea, and I believe it was somewhere around, to me, it seemed like it was anywhere from 50 to 75 yards as you get in. But the difference is the main ship that had the fuel to pass out, fuel, whatever, would be on a set course at a set speed, and then the smaller ships you get refuel would slide up alongside and meet that set course and set speed. And but it was a very close. They considered that a very close drill. I mean, it does in high seas. It's hard to hold course on a small ship like a destroyer. The hulls are thin on them. They're not built to take punishment. And yeah, this thing with the Chinese, I think, what good is it? And what is it? What are they doing? Why are they doing this? It just is what I'm asking. Is it for their own people, so they can show that we're harassing? Where your Chinese party is standing up to the capitalists. What is it? Because I don't see where it benefits them in America. It's just making us mad. But yeah, it's this thing here is it's nothing new. Honest, I guess I pay more attention to it. They've been harassing us, the Russians, in the Black Sea. This has been going on for a long time, all through Trump's reign even. During my time, we were in the Mediterranean, and the Soviet helicopter come on and was flying real close to us. We're standing there looking at it, and some of the guys dropped trowels and boomed them. one time, and then the cook come walking out with a sack of potatoes. We was there slinging our potatoes at him, trying to hit the turbo intake, trying to shoot down a Soviet helicopter with potatoes, I guess. Captain didn't tell us not to do it, so if you get close enough, you hit by a potato, that's your problem. But this harassment stuff is what Navy's been doing for a long time. And I'm waiting for the day where they're already doing it along Alaska. Chinese are flying the waters close to our to the limit. I'm waiting for the time you'll have Russian Chinese ships plowing the waters in the Gulf. That's our underbelly. That's where our fuel, we'll be real sensitive too. And I just, it's international water, so they have a right to be there. And but that's, I was asked, about the distance. Yeah, we got real close, but we were real practiced at it. And in my day, the U.S. Navy was the only one able to do that. So, all right, I got to jump on. I'll be waiting for my notification come Wednesday morning.
All right, bud. You have a good day. I appreciate it.
There you go.
And,
right on cue.
Yeah, it's right on cue. I got to go. Appreciate y'all.
Have a good morning. I'll be waiting for that notification there tomorrow morning. Hey, Pappy.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Steve. No, the point was, another warship coming within 150 yards of the United States warship is extremely close, and it's just being bullied, Steve. It's like somebody getting up in your face and pointing, taking their finger and poking you in the chest, right? Provoking us, and we're doing nothing. Hey, real quick, man. Reason I called back, wanted to address Sundance's call, and I listen. I got one question for him, but Rambler kind of stole my thunder here, man. Flipping hamburgers, right, is not a job that is supposed to feed a family on. This is just common sense. We all know this. These are jobs for high school kids wanting to make some extra money to put in a gas tank, to go out on a little date night. They're not paying any bills. They're not paying a house payment, electric bills and whatnot. They're not designed for that. You got to work your way up in life. And I think what Sundance is trying to say is that you shouldn't have to work your way up. You should just get enough money handed to you to survive on. Man, Steve, you just take like a hardware store, right? Say somebody wants to open a hardware store. They take all the risk. They put their house up for collateral, invest all this money. They got the business property they have to rent or buy. They have to buy the items to put in this store. So they're taking all the risk. With risk comes reward, right? But the way, unless I'm taking him wrong, that he thinks that you shouldn't work your way up in life, that without taking any risk, you should be making the same as this damn near CEO. But here's my question to him. What right does the government have to dictate to a private business on how much somebody should be paid? What right do they have to do that?
Mm-hmm.
When somebody has a business, they determine what value, what job description this employee has, and what that is worth. I think I said this before on the show. I explained it to my older daughter one time. It's so simple. You got a little girl out at the end of the street on a lemonade stand, right? Selling lemonade for 25 cents a cup. and weather starts to get warm, she's really starting to sell lemonade. But you know what? There's so many people there, she can't produce and hand out as much lemonade because the line's long. So what's she do? She hires the next door neighbor. Hey, I'll pay you $1 an hour to come in here and help distribute this lemonade. She figured it out, how many cups of lemonade she can sell in a day's time and what she can pay this girl and still make a profit. So if the government comes along and says, nope, you're not paying her $1 an hour, you're going to pay her $2 an hour. There goes the profit. But according to Sundance, well, the girl that started the lemonade, that invested all her earnings to buy the lemonade, to make it, who's taking the risk in all of this, is supposed to take the hit. So that's my only question to him. If he can explain to me why he thinks government has the right to dictate to a private business on how much they're going to pay somebody. I'd like to know the answer to that.
Fair enough. Very good.
All right. Thanks for taking me back. I appreciate it.
Hey,
everybody be safe. Hammer down.
Good question, right? It's 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, southern border. All right. Yeah, the drugs continue flowing into this country, killing Americans every day. Customs and Border K-9 uncovered a 192-pound stash of fentanyl near Yuma, Arizona late last week. It's not a record catch, but it's enough to kill 48 million Americans. Estimated street value more than $2 million. Discovered inside a vehicle at a CBP checkpoint, Interstate 8, just east of Yuma, according to the chief patrol agent in the Yuma sector there. Following a canine alert, Yuma sector agents found more than $2 million worth of fentanyl at the checkpoint. Again, narcotics totaled more than 192 pounds, which they say is enough to kill 48 million people. According to images posted with the tweet, the drugs were stored in packages concealed behind the backs of seats in what appeared to be an extended cab pickup truck. KSAZ-TV in Phoenix reported drugs were also found inside the doors and in the gas tank. CBP data shows fentanyl seizures increased 14% in April compared to March. They have increased more than 400% from fiscal year 2019 to this fiscal year. Seizures of fentanyl this year have already surpassed the totals for the fiscal year 2022. Customs and Border Protection seized more than 17,000 pounds of fentanyl from October through April, compared to about 6,600 pounds October of 21 through April of 22. Now, the total weight seized in this encounter is more than the entire amount of fentanyl that's been seized in the Yuma sector in each of the past 3 fiscal years. So just one shipment, more than they found in any given year for 3 years. According to the National Institutes of Health, we know 106,699 overdose deaths in this country in 2021. And a majority of these, the main driver is the fentanyl. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Wall Street's closing lower to start this week. Stocks pulled back from the 2023 highs, with the S&P 500 slipping from its highest level in 9 months. Apple shares gave up earlier gains when the stock hit an all-time high after the iPhone maker unveiled its highly anticipated virtual headset. At the closing bell, the Dow fell 199 points, while the Nasdaq gave up 11 points. More reason why it's a good time to be an Apple stockholder.
The company unveiled updates and new products at its annual Worldwide Developers Conference. Throughout Monday's session, Apple's shares surged by 1.5% on Wall Street. Year to date, the company's stock has risen over 39%. The new VR headset will provide a combination of virtual and augmented reality, superimposing virtual images onto live real-world video. I'm John Schaefer.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little digested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, we are rounding third, headed for home, as Rick likes to say there. Eagle on board this morning. What's going on, Eagle? Oh, Eagle. Well, at least he tried. All right, not sure who we got online.
No, just anybody. You know how it is.
Oh, the grump.
What are you doing, man?
What's happening?
No, not much. I just got up and took off, so I figured I'd give you a call. I had a little time here, so.
There you go. So
Yeah,
I hadn't heard from you in a while. Doing all right?
Yeah, doing good. Just, been working a lot and weird hours and things like that. I'll give you a call back Wednesday night and Thursday morning there and do my little rant. I got a few things to get off my chest, but I was listening to the show some last night there. Right there at the last one, Big Ed come on, and was listening to him a little bit there, and about I guess y'all were talking about I just come in on the kind of a tail end of it. I guess you were talking about that Marine that got choked that cat out up there and wound up dying there on that subway.
Yeah, that came into the conversation, just talking about the sheer number of times he had been arrested, for more than 40 arrests in his life. And I guess last week it came out that his uncle has been arrested 20 times since June of last year. And he got arrested just last week, the latest time. And he was released with supervision, as they call it, whatever the hell that means. I mean, time and time again, they keep letting these people with mental health issues out on the street again, and they wonder why they keep committing crime.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard. I think Big Ed was kind of alluding that, society's kind of went crazy. And to a large extent, society has, but society's been this go along to get along for so many years. Now it's, you can't really blame society for the failures of others. When you look at government, it's government's sole responsibility to protect we the people. That was what government was created for. Everything from the Bill of Rights to Homeland Security. The inception of it, and right now, I mean, we've been failed so many damn times. I mean, over government allowing this to happen. There should be safety nets to step in and say, well, you remember, it used to be there was 3 strikes you were out. That 3 strikes you're out law.
Right.
When you committed 3 felonies, you could spend your life in prison. Well, they thought, well, there's so many young black men that are committing 3 felonies and everything. It looks bad on behalf of the whites that so many blacks are being incarcerated for so long. Well, quit committing crimes. I mean, that's a simple damn cure. I mean, the law wasn't written to target certain individuals. It was target criminals. As far as I know, there's no color assigned to any kind of criminal statutes. But we've became this society of not forgiveness, but to turn that blind eye, to say, well, it's not our fault or not their fault, society. Maybe it's how they were raised. Well, at what point in time did you learn not to touch a damn hot stove? At what point in time did you learn that carjacking is illegal, but they do it anyway? They do it anyway because they go into jail. They lock them up for 5 minutes. They're released on their own recognizance, and got a summons to must appear. Well, they never appear, and then they issue a capias on them saying, well, they got to go, haul their ass into court for failure to appear. And when that happens, they come back in. They're like, well, hey, what happened? It's not society. It is government that has created this atmosphere that is allowing all this garbage to happen. You know, if we would had stricter penalties, what do you think would happen, Steve, if Joe Biden or anybody, you know, any president at all had a news conference and got on there and said, all right, first of all, we're not going to prosecute store owners if they kill you while you're looting. You know, if a store owner puts a bullet in you while you're looting their facility, they're not going to be prosecuted. We're not going to prosecute carjack victims if they put a bullet in your head. You know, we're not gonna lock up parents for boxing your damn ears when you're swearing at them. You know, what would happen with that? Well, you know, first of all, you'd have half the groups going, "Wow, that's just horrible." You know, you got these poor people that they need stuff. Remember that black lady that was talking about people looting out in California? Well, they're just getting what's owed to them.
Mm-hmm.
How in the hell does she figure that? You know, but you know what would happen if that was to happen? Number one, crime would drop drastically, because while that group of people is just bitching about, you know, things that would happen, the actual people committing the crimes and stuff would be going, look, that just changed the whole game plan. You know, when they're not going to prosecute them for shooting my sorry butt for going in there and stealing from them, I'm not going to do it. But it's government that has created this atmosphere that has allowed all of this to happen. It's like the mental health issues. I know, you know, we talked a little bit about mental health issues. Yeah, we used to have, you know, mental institutes. Well, that became a dirty word among liberals.
Yeah,
you know,
well, when I was younger, they called them nut houses. When I was younger, you know, you're going to send you to the nut house. Well, to be politically correct, you can call it whatever you want, but I mean, yeah, they've shut down all the mental health facilities.
Yeah, they've now turned these people loose and let society deal with them. You know, they've somehow become, you know, and I don't know what the hell their stories are, you know, and I don't think anybody does, you know, whether it's drugs that's created this situation that they're in, or whether it's just they are just mentally, you know, off in the noggin, you know, to say. But still, when did parents and when did people in general become equipped to deal with, you know, be trained and everything to deal with this kind of personalities, you know, that they're having to deal with? You know, that's one damn thing that they need to do, is bring back the facilities themselves to where they can start incarcerating these crazy people that is out here that just doesn't sink in. I don't care if they're drug heads. They made a conscious decision to take drugs. You know, they at one point in time in their life, they said, I'm going to get high, and then I'm going to get high again, and then I'm going to get high again. Before you know it, they're addicts. And we're supposed to feel sorry for them because they were the ones that stepped up and said, hey, I want those drugs to take. You know, that somebody put those in their hand. No, they wanted them. They got them. All right. It's why should I feel sorry for that individual? You know, if somebody walks up to me out here on the street, and it happens all the time, you know, in truck stops and stuff, they got a mouthful of rotten teeth. Hey, I'm just down on my luck. I don't give a rat's ass about your luck. You know, I tell them right flat. Used to, I'd give people money. Now I tell them to get the hell away from here. I'll give them a bat upside the damn head. I don't feel sorry for individuals anymore. You know, when I have to make a conscious decision to get my ass out here and be responsible and work, you know, and feed my family, they can make the same damn responsible decision. But no, they chose another path. They chose, hey, I'm going to lay around on my sorry ass, get stoned, and then hope somebody gives me something so I can eat a little bit, and lay around on my sorry ass and get stoned some more. And then here comes government. They're coming along. Damn, what a bum. Here comes government coming along, and they're like, they're saying the same thing. You know, well, hey, you know, let's just pay these people something so that they'll, you know, that they can survive. Mm-hmm. What are they paying them for? All they're paying them for is to give them more drugs. You know, it's our society. You know, they could stop the fentanyl. They could stop every bit of that right now. In just a matter of days, this country would dry up on drugs. But government has not decided to do that because for a couple of damn reasons. What are they going to do with everybody that's off drugs who's laying around on the streets that has to have something to do? You know, how are they going to justify all the taxes they're blowing on these subsidy programs? You know, number one, they're not going to do this. They're just going to say, hey, to hell with it. Excuse me. We're just going to continue on like we're going to do, like we are right now, and let society, blame society for the failures of their own, for government. And I don't know. It just, I kind of listen to it, but I just see, there's too much lack of individual responsibility, and it's government has just come along and said, well, just give us more money, and we'll give them more money, and that way, everybody's happy, and it just really, I don't know, man. The failures in this country right now, Steve, it just blows my mind, It just keeps getting worse, and it's enablers like the government that is allowing this to happen. If they would just turn cops loose and let them do their damn job, lock up these jackasses that are out here, carjacking or robbing people, or like little Mike Brown. Remember Mikey Brown? He just committed a strong arm robbery in a store, and then Darren Wilson shot him in the damn head, 2 hours later, because he tried to take his gun out of his holster. I mean, this kid lived in a society that turned its eye because he was a thug, and he knew that he lived in this kind of society because government didn't do a damn thing about it. They didn't lock him up. He was a juvenile at one point in time, and committing strong arm robberies all the time. This was a big dude. I'd have shot his ass in a second if I was a police officer. If he'd have reached in the car, I'd have took my chances with the jury, just like Wilson did. I mean, why would you allow that to happen? We allow it to happen because we've become this go along to get along society. That's exactly how it's everything has been kind of marketed, and it's not going to get any better until we, the people, get off our butts and tell government we're sick of the way you're doing things and we want to change. And it's I don't know. I've never been a go along to get along guy. I've always pushed back. People.
You think?
I could hang a sign on my truck saying, mess with me and I'll shoot your ass. I don't give a rat's there. I mean, that's just the way it is. It's nobody comes around my house and tries to mess with my family because they know damn well it's they're gonna get dog bit and shot. Probably in that same order. But it's the people, the sheep, that just allow this to happen. That just continues on, and more often than not, they're the ones that are cheerleading for the criminals. They're the ones that are saying, these poor people, what happened in their life that they got to commit these crimes? What happened in their life, you dumbass, is that they made a conscious decision to do what they're doing. And what else has happened in their life is that we have prosecutors, rogue prosecutors right now that says, I'm going to decide whether this person goes to jail or not. Not that it's no longer the law's responsibility to decide that. The statutes themselves, you got prosecutors that just says, boom, I'm just going to turn a blind eye to it, and this is what's been happening. But anyway, that's I don't know. Did you what's your opinion on this? Because it's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of, everybody's had different views on these little issues, and I am quick to blame government on things because they're the one that dictates. They're the rule makers.
Yeah, I don't know.
And they're the ones that has to follow the rules.
As far as like the drug addiction on the streets, I mean, those who have been on drugs say you don't understand, and you're heartless. But granted, somewhere down the line, you're right. Any individual which does or did drugs made a conscious decision, the first time. Now, I guess there's maybe is there a caveat there for people who have had like a surgery and they were taking opioids for their back surgery or whatever, and they say you don't understand what it's like to try and get off of the prescription drugs. I guess there might be a bit of an argument there because it's not like they went out on the street to purchase their first, heroin fix or fentanyl fix. But they couldn't get off the prescription medications. But for most of them, I don't think the overwhelming majority of those that are out there on the streets of Kensington right now are there because that they had some sort of a surgery or medical procedure that got them there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I know when I've had 2 back operations, but I didn't take any of the drugs. I just said to hell with it. I don't like taking any kind of medicine. And I kind of pushed through the pain, but there is people, and I've had family members that are the same way. They got hooked on oxycodone and things like that, but they also got off of it, and just by telling somebody that, hey, this stuff became addictive, all right, so they start, getting them in treatments, different kind of treatments to get them off of that. But I'm sure the cravings are always there, that they like that feeling that they have when they're, when they're in that stage. So, yeah, I understand that, but it's also that group of people that are, that kind of unwillingly got hooked on this stuff because of pain, medications and things like that they're also the very first ones to say, hey, I'm not going to live like this, and they get off of it. They, rarely do you see individuals that have had this kind of, I guess you could say this kind of an addiction, walking the streets begging for money. They're functioning. They're in a society. Now, I don't give a damn if somebody's working their butts off and they're, what they do when they get home. If they want to smoke dope, fine. If they want to shoot heroin, I don't care. I'm not buying it for them. It's when they get hooked on it and they change that atmosphere flips over and all of a sudden they're out here robbing people and, for money and things like that. That's when I do have a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
But for people that just wants to get in their basement and smoke a joint or whatever the hell, sit at the kitchen table now, I guess, I don't know. That's their business. Same way with drinking and things like that. But at some point in time, when you become this non-functioning individual, and you got other people that are sitting there going, give them something. Go ahead and give them money, and stuff. We was in Florida one time, and my wife, some bum kept coming up and bugging the hell out of us. And Pam said, just give him $10. I said, I'm going to give him 5 knuckles upside his freaking head if he don't get the hell away from me. She's just right there in front of my kid. I mean, here this guy is, and you could clearly see that this man, he had issues, of all kinds, but the main issue that he had was addiction. And, I got to go back to that, what point in time, what sent him in that direction? It just, I don't know. Like I said, I think the people that are inadvertently hooked on, painkillers and things like that, they really don't want to be there, and they do everything that they can to get off of it. But it's the people that step it up, and they want fentanyl, they want different things. I was given fentanyl when I had that colonoscopy, and trust me, it puts you into a state of kind of euphoria. I mean, you're just kind of and I was awake through the whole thing, but it was just like, wow, I'm just laying here, and I didn't like the feeling, and I just did not like it. But people do. They do like, that side of, where they're just in limbo. To put it mildly, I guess that's the way you'd say it, where you're just kind of in that vegetative state where you're just kind of laying there relaxed and, what the hell do they think they're forgetting? It's I don't know. It just, I went to a suicide once where a guy, was going to commit suicide when I was on the police department. I walked in, the guy had been a bum his entire damn life. And, and he did that for a reason. I mean, everybody gave the man something. And, when he got called out for everything, then all of a sudden he wants to kill himself. And, and here I'm standing here and he's like, I'm going to end it. I'm done. I'm done with life. I just can't stand doing this anymore. Blah, blah, blah. You're just going on this pity party. And I said, okay. I said, well, anybody you want me to call? He said, for what? And I said, like the morgue or anybody like that? I mean, I said, I'm not going to talk you out of something. Go ahead. The hell, if that's what you want to do it. I said, you ain't done a damn thing in your life, except sit on your sorry ass as long as I've known you. When you going to get off your butt and actually do something that contributes to society? So, he went to welding school, so, I don't know, maybe people are not telling people enough that, they're not contributing in the way that they should. I mean, it's just I've always told my son, I said, hell, you can live with us as long as you want. I'll always have your back. But when you start taking drugs and stuff like that, that's a deal breaker. Then you get your ass out of my house, and I never want to look at you again. That's you make that conscious decision to go down that path, then that's your baby to rock, pal, not mine. And it's it's worked so far. He's 30 years old and always, he's a chef and been a hell of a good guy his entire life. But I've never put him in that state of mind where he says, Dad's gonna, pick up the slack regardless of what I do. No, hell no, that's not me. And it shouldn't be society. It should, people should be held accountable for their actions. Like I said, if they bring back the nut houses as we call them and start putting people's butts in them, if they bring back law enforcement and start encouraging store owners to protect their property and things like that, you'd see things in this country, Steve, change overnight, but it's never going to happen. It's as long as we got this crybaby atmosphere here that, we can get subsidies for this and subsidies that, we won't lock anybody's butt up for committing these horrific crimes or things like that. What we'll do is we'll study them. Let's get $10 million from the government to study them and see, what makes them do that. Hell, let's take $100,000 of that and lock 10 people's ass up. And say, there you go, there's your study. You committed a crime, now you're going to do the time.
Yeah.
But at some point in time, we become this society of forgiveness on. It's not even forgiveness. It's just we're no longer surprised about how things are, and it's. I don't know, man. Like I said,
I think you call it there's no fear of reprisal. When we were younger and we did something wrong, and Dad or Grandpa found out, and we got our asses whipped, we realized we didn't want that again. There's a fear of reprisal. Now, if Grandpa or Dad didn't do anything when you did something bad, well, I'll do it again.
Yep. I've said 1,000 times to people, I was never afraid of the law either. What I was afraid of was that ass whooping waiting at the house when I got done with the law. Dad did not put up with jack. It was just the way it was. You didn't swear in front of my mother, and because he would knock your teeth out. And if a cop showed up saying, "Hey, I'm gonna charge you with assault for smacking him up the head," it would be which would never happen. That's just the way it was, because every police officer I knew, their kids was exactly the same way.
Yeah.
They had that ass whooping waiting at the house when they got done, doing what they done. Where's that ass whooping at today? Well, you've got a certain part of society saying, that's assault. You can't do that to that kid. He's got his rights. If he wants to have a sex change, let him have it. Or if he wants to take fentanyl, let him do it. That's his right. No, it isn't. It is not his right. When he grows up and becomes an adult, I don't give a damn what he does. That's his business at that point in time.
Somebody shared the other day, we've gone from the society of what was it when we were younger. You're in the checkout line and you're crying for that pack of bubble gum, and Mom says, "You better shut your mouth or I'll give you something to cry about." That's the way it used to be. Now Mom says, "If you stop crying, I'll get it for you." That's a totally different society. But hey, we're out of time here. Have a restful Tuesday, right? We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love.